just got to me. All right, I'll stop. All right. All right, that's not working. Okay. So, all right, we got a Starlink launch tonight. Space news, go. All right. All right. Hi, I'm back. Goes. Yo, EJ in chat, which one of you did this? What the hell is going on? Oh my goodness. No. Oh my goodness. Look. Watch. God, I want to play this game. It's not good. Oh my god! That's so good. This is awesome. How? How does this even happen? Oh my god. Hey. How do you do this? This is what lockdowns and curfews do to people. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, that's funny. Oh, okay. All right. That was a good start. Oh, man. Oh. Where do we go from there? We just peaked. All right, here, check this out. Rocket Launch Out Live. We got a Starlink. I can't. We got a Starlink launch at 7, and then literally right after that, we got the Black Brant rocket is targeting 8:10, and then in 2 days we got Sibers, which is crazy. But end of the stream. It's all downhill from here. Yep. Oh gosh, no, not Sandstorm. Somebody did the Sandstorm. So this picture's coming from Spaceflight Now here. Falcon 9 is vertical on the pad. I'm not 100% sure what stage this one is using, but it's... Oh, here. Hang on. Oop. This is Thomas. Thomas made this. Hey, Joe. Cool. It's using a first stage. Gumpy, wait, hold on. AG, I wanted to let you know how much you and your stream means to me. My grandpa died yesterday. I've been watching your stream to get me through these hard times. Oh. Yeah, Gumpy, that... I've lost too, man. I know how that is. Well, I didn't really lose the second one. He died before I was born. But yeah, that sucks, man. But hey. Chin up, man. I'm sure he was a good man. I'm positive. There's no doubt in my mind. This is the worm booster, huh, Tech? Alright. Anyway, Gumpy, yeah. Here. I got you. Here, just... Get down 10 kills on the board right now. Just took out Tomato Town. My friend just got down. I revived him and we're heading southbound. I hate that I know the lyrics to this song, but it's a banger. Take me to your Xbox, the knife today. Alright. Anyway. Gumpy, who sings that song? So it's a cover of a song called American Boy by Estelle. And the Chug Jug song is just a YouTuber that made a remix to American Boy about Fortnite. Yeah, let's keep it that way. No, let's not keep it that way. Chug Jug with you. We can be pro Fortnite gamers. You got 2 lids and a shield pot. I'm in healing and I'm only at just 1 HP. There you go. Yep, see, Smirks? That's what you get. Just wiped out tomatoes. I don't know what any of that means, to be honest with you. I never played Fortnite. Never played it once. I don't know what any of that means. Oh, man. What's that, W? Oh, my goodness. No freaking way, W. I can't. That's crazy. I played Fortnite when it was a tower defense game. Anyway, so this is the worm booster, huh? Actually, you can tell just from that picture. It's right there. So this is the DM2 booster, huh? That's pretty cool, man. Oh, also, ULA rolled out Atlas 5. Atlas 5 was rolled to the pad here, launching the Sibbers. Or it's going to launch the Sibbers in 2 days. This is a 421 configuration from what I can tell. So small fairing, 400 series fairing, single engine Centaur with 2 SRBs. Yeah, exactly, Tessa. Sneaky. I played a lot of PvP games growing up, so yeah. All right. So what else do we got? So we got a Falcon poised on the pad. We got an Atlas poised on the pad. Falcon's gonna go in a couple hours here. There is an AMA on Reddit with the SpaceX software team, which is pretty rad. Don't you mean? I don't know. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay, cool. Already got that. So there is big news here. Electron launched 2 Black Sky satellites last night, and yeah, unfortunately they had an anomaly. We have to secure the area. So something went wrong with the something went wrong. Yeah, here. So, the launch and everything looked real good. Everything looked real nice from what I can see. Just get to the good stuff. So, let's take a look.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
So everything looked real good from the launch. The first stage looked great actually. This thing looked perfect. They also had about an hour-long hold. Yeah, they were holding because of the winds. That's just ice coming off. Everything looked really fine here. There's the attitude control system. But if we go all the way up, you know, everything looks real good. You do see some sparks coming off of Electron when it flies. They come out of the engines. That's totally normal. So, here's where things started to get a little weird.
Successful separation.
Stage ignition.
Recovery.
Analyst recovery. Proceed with sequence 59. Stage 1 recovery operations.
Computing landing zone.
As you've seen, we've had a successful MECO and stage separation.
Yeah. Something went very wrong with that second stage during ignition. So you see it separate right here. Separation looked fine. This is the onboard camera from the second stage. All these COPVs right here, these COPV bottles are first stage. That's for first stage recovery operations, for like the control systems and stuff. So the separation looked good. It drifted just a little bit. You got an engine ignition, and the engine definitely turned on. There it goes. And then something happens here, because that's the first stage going away, and the first stage is not moving. It's ballistic right now. So something went pretty wrong here. They definitely shut the engine off. The engine shut down. And I think the flight termination system cut it off. It looks like the engine ignited okay, but the thrust vector controller was doing something weird. If you watch when they bring this camera back, the nozzle is doing all this weird stuff. So something went weird with you see the nozzle on that camera? Something went weird with the thrust vector controller. See the nozzle it's moving around. So the gimbal, you see that? I don't know if that's a thrust vector controller now that I saved like now to look at the footage, but it yawed crazy. So the stage started spinning and then, I don't know. A bunch of weird stuff happened. So they separated just fine. Ooh. Yeah, Scott's post shows it. Yep. Skips through the frames as it separates. Something falls off. On the left. Let's take a look. Ooh. Yeah. I don't know what happened here, guys, but something broke on the second stage. It could be thrust vector controls, or it could be the controller for the thrust vector controls. Something definitely went wrong. Yeah, I don't know what that is. It could just be, it could be nothing, but oh. The speed is a big hint. Let me look. Oh. Yeah, something. I don't know if the thrust vector controller broke or something. The engine, yeah, no, something went wrong here. Something, yeah, it started spinning. They have a fairing extension, remember? Maybe Arrow at this altitude at 100 kilometers, 92 kilometers up, Smirks? I don't know, man. Some did go wrong, and there is some good news from this. It's not the best news, but yeah, apparently they got the first stage back. They did recover the first stage successfully. It's always insured, Tom. That's how do you think anybody allows any of this to happen? So they got the first stage back, and that might help with their anomaly investigation. But yeah, that's 2 failures for Electron, man. That's not. I don't know, Smirks. Maybe. Yeah, TJ, that's... I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on here. Space is tough, though. Yeah, that's true. You can never be comfortable with it. It's always... Because the second you kind of just... You get comfortable, it's... Yeah, it'll bite you. Like this. Yeah. That sucks. But once again, I don't think Rocket Lab's going anywhere or anything. They'll be back, and in greater numbers. This is part of, you know, like scaling up, guys. You know, launching a rocket every once in a while is not that bad. But if you're trying to launch on a higher frequency and you're trying to configure, you know, have a super configurable rocket, you're introducing more variables into an already complicated book. Not complicated book. Well, it is a complicated book, I guess. It sucks. That sucks a lot. Yeah, I don't think they're going anywhere, Rocket Guy. It still just sucks, man. But hey, they'll be back. I'm not worried. They'll figure it out. Okay. So, trying to see what else is going on up here. In car news, the Indy race is on right now. They're racing the Indy road course, which is pretty rad. Might listen from the car. Rockets go off and stuff here in Florida. Thanks for reminding me, man. Thanks for reminding me. I'm going to look around and see if I can find other space news here. Any photos of the China... Oh, yeah, Tianwen-1 landed on Mars. We didn't... we didn't get any pictures or anything regarding it, though, because China just tweeted basically, success, and that's it. No pictures, no nothing. And yeah, it's interesting, just kind of a more social component. People are not happy. They ain't happy that they didn't see it.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There's an animation. Oh. Well, we have a tip from the chicken. What's this? How did I do it? I don't know. I guess the fight or flight mechanism kicked in, and well, in case you haven't heard, Bob, I'm a penguin. We don't fly. I don't know, Supercraft. Yeah, I'm not sure. Ahaha! Yeah, that's right, Vex. Ostrich. Ahaha! Alright. So, here, let's... Scott has more on the Electron thing, but, I mean, pretty much... I've said pretty much what needs to be said. Well, Rocket Lab basically has to go through and figure out what the heck went wrong. So we have Atlas 5 roll into the pad. We have Falcon 9. Falcon 9's poised on the pad. Let's see. I'm looking around. I'm here. You can just look around with me. It's fine. Yeah, I was looking around Peter Beck, see if he said anything. Ian's on there. That's cool. Do we at least know where they landed? Yeah, I think so. They're in, where's the shipyards in Star Trek? I forget. All we know so far for Rocket Lab. Oof. That sucks, Phil. Yeah, that's it. Utopia Planitia? I can never say the name right, Endo. That's it. Yeah, that's where they landed. They landed where the shipyards are in Star Trek. It's true. What else do we got? 1701D was built. Yeah, the Galaxy class. I like the Galaxy class. I think the Galaxy classes are great ships. Just don't have a coolant leak. A single redundant coolant loop? Are you nuts? Who the hell thought of this? That's the Achilles heel of that thing. Why would you have a single redundant coolant loop? Dude, the space shuttle has more coolant loops than that ship. Ridiculous. 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 Speaking of star bases, have you or Chai come up with the name for the SSTO? No. I like Arrow. I think Arrow's a good one. Can you go over real quick how to overclock an engine with a Cal controller? I can't remember. Select the node controllers on the curves and turn them upright so the curve goes off the page. Easy. Yeah, it's that simple. If you like, seriously, just grab the node controller and turn it up, and it'll go off the page. Also, single frequency. Yeah, I know, Electron. Who designed this reactor? Other than that, the ship's great. Other than that, the ship's fantastic. Anyway, it's an old HTML code, but it checks out. Oh my God, I'm not even. That's awesome. I gotta read that later. Oh. Also, speaking of star bases, so this is going up in front of the propellant depot at Boca Chica. Look at that. How about that, huh? That's pretty cool. They put up letters, and something tells me that these letters are going to be backlit. Looks like one of those 80s Soviet city signs. Oh, you're not wrong. Oh, you're not wrong, dude. I know exactly what you mean. Like that? Do you think this was an Elon thing? Absolutely. Arrowhead for the X-33 and Broadhead for the Venture Star. Yeah, that's not bad. Lone Star, baby. Yeah, nice. Probably seen it, but there's a Galaxy class technical manual. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it looks not even close. All right, never mind then. Forget I said anything. The Starbase is SpaceX thing. That's the name. That's what Elon calls Boca Chica. He calls it Starbase. Does anybody know what that sign was? Anybody know what that means? Exclamation point MC, Pete. Hey, Isaac, how are you? Auto snort. How'd you know? So, B-A-I-K-O-N-R. For sale? It's Baikonur. That's the sign for Baikonur, where Roscosmos' base is. So are there any photos from Zhurong that are not animations? I haven't seen anything, Eukerman. No pictures or anything. Yeah, I know. I saw the URL and I'm like, no! No! Coal Mining City number 54. Well, actually, that was Space Launch City number 1. Actually, technically number 2 behind Kapustin Yar, but... and Plesetsk, I guess. I think Kapustin Yar was the original. And then Baikonur, and then Plesetsk. Either way. So, yeah. We're already on the Starship news. Let's go check NSF and see if there's anything else going on over there. They're doing NSF Live right there, which is basically their space news. But yeah, alright. Looks like we got a new video coming from them. Let's see what we got.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Jim. 39-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Have you seen Ian Traffic Light? Ian's Traffic Light? I don't know what that means. No? Yes? Maybe? Toilet that way, balls. Alright, so... I mean, it looks like they're working around the clock over there. When the troll emote? Oh, that's right. I got to do the troll emotes. I did that, then I added a point to it, and it's just 999, but I can't change it without the point going back to 100. Don't change the points. Just move the time on the cal controller to find a different spot in the curve, lols. That's all. Yeah. Don't try to manipulate the points. They'll spring back to 100. So make the curve go off. Make the curve go off the page, right? And then just move the slider where you need. Look on NSF Live, he's got a traffic light.
Continue on flying between...
Oh, well, Ian the traffic light. Yep, Ian the traffic light.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
He's in, that's what we gotta call him from now on, right? I think sometime we could get Mary to phone in on stream. I mean, I have to go around and ask Tessa, but yeah, maybe. I mean, why does Ian have a higher quality webcam than DOS? There's a clip of the Tianwen-1 probe entering orbit around Mars. Failures, hey, thanks, man. Thanks for the resub. It's 27 months. Yeah, he's evolved from a pineapple to a traffic light. That's right. It's Jim. The other section is sitting at the propellant depot. So they did move 15 up onto the launch pad. This is an older picture, but hey, nice mood lighting. Dude, that's what I've noticed. All right, okay. All right. That just reminded me. I wanted to ask you guys, what... Okay, if you're, like, in high school and you watch a stream right now, do you, like, what's with people putting, like LEDs around the ceiling? Is that just the thing that kids do? Is that just a thing, or is there... That's like... Because, like, when I was younger, everybody skateboarded. Everyone skateboarded, and nobody knew why everybody skateboarded, but everybody skateboarded. By lighting? What does that mean? I mean, it does look cool. I'm not... Full disclosure, that's cool. I dig it. That's really neat. Ambient lighting. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, lo-fi lights to relax and study to. I get it. It's just the thing? Alright, cool. Seriously, it's called that? Alright, okay. It's the same philosophy of having every PC component with RGB lights. Okay. I skated. Dude, I skated too. I bought a new deck the other day, actually. I didn't buy it to skate. I bought it because... Support your local skate shop. And it has freaking Ecto 1 on it. And this isn't like some knockoff freaking board. This is an Element. It's an Element deck. I got an Element deck with new tensors, and I got... Enjoy 52mm wheels, man. But it's got Ecto 1 on it! Yes! It's the new trend. It's quite common in high-end over here. Okay, Geeson, yeah. Because it's funny, when I'm, like, driving around at night and stuff, you can always tell who has a Zoomer kid because, like, there's a house and all the other lights are off, and then you just see blue light coming from one room. Not to skate. We see dirt on the wheel. No. I haven't been skateboarding. Read your last. Okay. The reason I want to do it is because the lights I have are too bright. And I like the dark. I mean, bro. Take it from somebody that grew up basically with monitor light. I used to game in the dark. I don't, like, all these lights and stuff. No. I used to play video games in the dark. It's easier to see the monitor that way. But I want to be able to see somewhat, and the RGB light strips can be put on the edges of the wall and roof. Yeah, okay, cool. He uses it to roll under the Ford. Too much clearance, man. But it's got Ecto 1 on it! That's so damn cool. I haven't skated in years, but I was like, nah, I want that. Give me a complete, fam. And the guy's like, what? I'm like, give me a complete, dude. He's like, how do you know what that means? He gave me the how do you know what that means face. I'm like, just do it. But yeah, okay, cool. Just an idle question about mood lighting, I suppose. Honestly, thinking of putting a similar lighting in our basement because the ceiling is low and the current fluorescent tubes are gross. Whoa, a coyote. Oh no. Oh. Heinz not doing that guy any favors. Hey, RT. Good job on the tracks, dude. They look fantastic, man. Magnifique. Magnifique, mon ami. I know what that means. I get it. Yeah, I know it's weird. But now it's not, because I said that. This is why it would be great if you could look into dark mode for Chrome. It would make a real difference, as right now it's really bright when you're browsing web pages. Oh, I know. I have a dark mode. Alright, come here, look. I have the extension. It's there. But the problem is it doesn't work with some pages, so sometimes I have to look at it in light mode. I came here for space news, not to be sad. Yep. A pack of coyotes tore apart my neighbor's cat. Yeah, Raven, I know what you mean. Coyote probably got into a scruff with another critter down there or something, man. I like Dark Reader. Is that what you're using? I think so, Bus. Yeah. Yeah, fight with a car. I mean, pickup trucks are the apex predator. Obviously. So they're disassembling the nose cone ring, and 12 is... It got into a fight with SN10. God, I hope nothing was near that when it blew up. That would have really, really hurt. I think humans are the apex predator. And what do humans drive? Pickup trucks. Pickup trucks the apex predator. This analogy doesn't make any sense, Angry Pixel, but I'm still going to say you're wrong because I like pickup trucks. And I'm not going to miss an opportunity to talk about them. Okay. Look at this fine pickup truck right there. Look at it. It's just hunting for coyotes. Also cranes. Cranes are cool too. Holden Maloo is the best pickup truck. A Maloo? Falcon Ute, bro. Falcon Ute. Maloo. Yeah, it looks like the nose cone did get a little bit crumpled. I wonder if that's from... I wonder if the crumpling is from the dynamic test stand or if that's just from them manhandling the thing after they took it apart. Best pickup truck is a Ram? Oh. Cybertruck is the best. Cybertruck's better than F-150. Ford. You guys want to watch this? Wait, when is it? 19th? Sorry, we're watching that. I wanna see it. Ford's coming out with their electric pickup truck. You guys reminded me. I want to see the reveal. We've streamed other car reveals before. They feel threatened by the Cybertruck. I'm telling you, man. All they need to do is just take an F-150 and put an electric motor where the gasoline engine's supposed to be, with a transmission behind it, a drive shaft, a rear axle, and then put the batteries underneath the pickup bed. That's all you gotta do. That's it. You will sell 1 million of them. The best pickup truck is a mini pickup truck. Bite you. Why would I do that? You're wrong. It's weird. It's like, hey, score goals on me in a hockey game because you won't. I'm like, yeah, no, I will because you'll lose and I'll win. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. The Lightning is going to have a frunk as well. Cool, man. Can I suggest testing this? It seems that you're using another extension. Thanks, Clippy. I mean, Kimir. Here, I'll put that in right now, dude. Boop. Dark Reader. My name is Dark Reader. I am an extraterrestrial from the planet Vulcan. Just think of Binky in pickup truck form. Alright. Yeah, RT, I'm watching it, dude. I have the Indy race on over here.
15 in Austin. And yeah, they decided to go to the road to Indy.
I have the road race on over there. How's Scotty doing? Let me, You can't watch it? Oh, that sucks, Smarks. Let me take a look. So you talk to 600 people, you do Space News, and you watch the race? They're an issue? I got other streams up, too. I was watching Mick. I was watching Madford. Actually, his stream's over. Who should I throw on? So, Das is working on NASA Spaceflight Live right now. Who else is going? Rocketology, I think, is streaming right now, too. I'll go idle Rocketology right now. Oh, he's playing
Discovery,
Subnautica. No,
go and
never
throttle
mind.
up.
No, I can't do that. I hate that game. Everybody's playing Subnautica right now. Alright, I'll idle Rocket right now. Yeah, I have... The monitor that you guys can't see is over there. And I usually have another stream open. I have the music control over there, so we can... And then I have the race on as well. Floriandrius. 14-month resub. Thanks, man. Dark Reader is doing something very bizarre right now. Okay, Mirror, what is this? Yeah, Inverto, I went over it. Something went weird with the thrust vector controller. Refresh? Oh, okay. Uninstall the other one. Hang on. We're good now. Chrome just needed a restart. Well, it looks like somebody won the race, but I gotta see who it was. Oh. Huh. Yeah, JG. Yeah, that's what I see. What's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, that's VK. Mm-hmm. I was pulling for Roman. Seriously. I can't believe that guy had the stones to get back into a car. What a legend, dude. Good, graduated yesterday. Congratulations, man. Roshan with P2. What a freaking legend, dude. I was pulling for Roman the entire time, man. I do like that, Tessa. That's pretty cool, but it's pretty useless at doing anything but going fast. But then again, there's a lot of cars that I like for that reason as well, so. Oh. Tell me why I must be a power boom. Hello from Denmark, by the way. What's up, Paul? How you doing? Yeah, the Indy road course after they de-tilkied it. Oh, amazing. Great track. Really. I really like it. Yeah. Really awesome track. After it got de-tilkified, it's amazing. I think so, failures. Yeah. What city do you think that would have the best street layout for a racing track? Too many street courses, dude. Formula 1 needs more dedicated tracks. There's too many street courses. Covering the Starlink mission? Liam. Jazos, what's going on? Rocket Lab failure. Thoughts with new competition? That sucks. Elijah, Okay. Here, I'll pause this for a second because there are some shots that I wanted to see, and it looks like we found where they're putting those airport ramps. They're using them as service gantries for the pads. Now, okay, you guys want to talk about Rocket Lab some more? That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Okay, keep in mind, what I'm gonna say is, look, I'm an outsider looking in. I know dick when it comes to this stuff. All right, I'm not Rocket Lab. I don't speak for them. I'm not them. This is just from an outsider looking in, and this is just kind of my analysis on it. I think there is a pace that you can go at with rocket science, all right? There's a pace. If you try to do too much too fast, you're going to end up not doing anything, okay? You're going to end up not doing anything. Like, okay, SLS is a good example, all right? If you're trying to do way too much, way too quickly, and you got overfunding with no accountability, you're going to get nothing done. Another example would be like the old mission mode save. When I had the shuttle, I was trying to do way too much with Condor's pad, even way too much, way too fast. Just too many things, right? Rocket Lab was doing just fine. They had a couple of things here and there with their second stage from the previous failure. But if you want my honest opinion, they went from, and once again, I don't think, I'm not one to criticize, I'm just some talking head on the freaking internet, okay? I'm not saying that they're doing a good job, nor am I saying that I could do any better. But it seems like they may have spread a little too thin here. Rocket Lab has 2 launch sites under construction, 3 launch sites total on 2 different continents. They manufacture in the States, right? And that's fine. Like, that would have been enough. But also, you're starting to see them have like a double stacked payload fairing, right? Like that rocket last night. And I'm not sure that contributed to the cause of failure. I'm going to guess that it probably didn't. This looked like a GNC thing if I had to guess. But once again, I'm an outsider looking in. I don't know. But we know that Rocket Lab has had a huge, they had a huge investment, and they decided to make the Neutron rocket. So now, instead of having all your core engineers developing 1 rocket, now you're developing 2 rockets. And not only are you developing 2 rockets, but what do I always say about scaling up? Scaling up with rockets doesn't always, just because it's twice the size doesn't mean it's going to be twice the difficulty. Building a rocket twice as big as Electron is like 6 times as hard to do in terms of technical difficulty. You run into a lot of problems. Rockets don't scale very well. So, personally, like, I think that they may have spread a little too thin, and you're gonna have a little bit of teething problems. They want to do all this stuff. They Neutron. They want to build a new pad. You know, they want to human rate the rocket, and they barely even got done trying to pursue reusability with the first stage. Now, once again, I'm not criticizing. It's just personal opinion. I think Rocket Lab is a great company, and I think Peter Beck is great. I think he gets it when it comes to trying to do small sat reusability. Their small sat launcher reusability. I think they get it. I think they may have just spread it a little too thin. That's just personal opinion, though. I don't know that for sure. From an outsider looking in, I did get their first failure right. Like, I'm not trying to toot my own horn because failures are terrible. You don't want this happening, right? I did get that correct. It was a processing problem. I can tell you right now that shifting a launch back and then moving it up forward in the course of 3 days will screw with your processing a little bit. It'll mess it up pretty bad. And that is what happened. So like I always say, like, a launch campaign or like being a launch provider or having a space program is like running a steam engine, okay? Now, if anybody here, I use trains as an analogy, right? The reason why is because, Grosjean's on. They're interviewing him. Have we discussed the Rocket Lab thing? Also, Grosjean and PT, someone. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right now. Space programs are like steam engines, dude. With the steam engine, you basically have to stoke the fire, and you have to get the firebox up, and then you gotta get the water boiling, and then once the water's boiling, you build up boiler pressure, and then you can open up your valves to get the external combustion engine going. This process takes a long time. And then you put the thing in gear. It doesn't have any gears. And then you go, right? The point is that if anything in that process gets changed, right, or you do something a little bit different, that could be the difference between the boiler exploding and not exploding and the train doing what you want it to do, right? It takes time to build up momentum. It takes lots of time and lots of man hours and female hours too, if that's how you look at that, that's fine. It takes a lot of time. A lot of time to get this stuff done, a lot of time to get everything going, and then once the train engine is going, you don't want any bumps in the rails. No, you don't want it derailing or anything. These RUDs are derailing, and the derailing might happen because of other reasons. Obviously, you know, the steam engine isn't the whole thing. You got to make sure the tracks are clean, right? So this stuff takes time, and it takes effort, and if you spread too thin, you'll have a problem, and then your whole steam engine comes grinding to a halt. Right? This stuff happens. It happens, and you will get bumps in the road inevitably, but it does take time. And ramping up and doing that if you try to like go fast, you're gonna break something, right? Same thing is with rockets, right? So, I mean, Rocket Lab, I think personal opinion, they're trying to do too much right now. But once again, I am not one person to say that Peter Beck is incorrect or question his judgment. You know why? He launches stuff into space and I don't. I launch stuff into fake space in a video game, right? So I'd say Rocket Guy, I'd say armchair engineer. I would say it's either the thrust vector controller didn't work, they lost hydraulic pressure in it, or guidance and control. I can't see the GNC stuff really being a problem because they have a lot of time. They have a lot of time testing it, nor do I see the extended fairing as being an issue either. That's not, you told me the other day that that's not going to affect aero stretching the rocket too much like that, right? It looks like the thrust vector controller, one of the
Discovery, going throttle up.
The X or Y axis thrust, I'm going to say depending on the orientation of the vehicle, the yaw axis thrust vector controller either didn't have pressure or it gimbal locked and it couldn't fix it and it spun everything. But I don't know. This stuff, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Rocket Guy, what do you think? You think they're spread too thin? You think they're trying to do too much too fast? You have to have a slow and steady pace, dude. Like, once again, it's like a train. The train doesn't hit the gas and, it doesn't do that. Trains take time. They build up a lot of momentum. Your space program or your company has to have a lot of momentum, right? And that's not to say that you aren't susceptible to teething problems. No company is. You're going to have problems. They're just bumps in the road, right? SpaceX had a bump in the road. One of their rockets blew up on the pad and destroyed the rocket, the payload, and the pad all in one shot. Pretty much worst case scenario. There was Almost 6, there was CRS-7. These problems manifest themselves always in ways that you'll never, ever, 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 ever predict. It happens, Mi super amigo del espacio, Squall. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? A super space friend? Or super friend of the space? ¿Qué pasa, amigo? Buenas noches. Mark was very upset about that explosion. Muy bien, glad to see you rocking. Of course. You say that you need a slow and steady pace, yet you praise SpaceX's rapid Starship development. Not saying you're wrong, I'm just having a hard time keeping this consistent. C-22, you're right. SpaceX does use rapid iterative testing when it comes to their engineering, but their missions are slow and steady, just like everybody else's. Like, that's the secret here. C-22, I'm starting to think that SpaceX doesn't necessarily move. They move, like, maybe just a little bit faster than everybody else, but we get to see what they're doing. They're very transparent about everything that they do. Elon is super, 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 super interested in selling the idea of space because that could lead to profit for his company. So, I mean, I'm fairly confident if we had, like, daily updates to SLS, like how we have Starship, people would like SLS more. I'm pretty sure. But you can't say that. What I'm getting at with the slow and steady pace when it comes in the application of SpaceX C-22 is the fact that if you look at SpaceX over the long-term period of time, Elon Musk in 2002 didn't say we're going to build Starship first. No. he said they were going to build Falcon 1, and then he said they were going to build Falcon 5, and then he said they were going to build Falcon 9. And then through the testing with Falcon 1, he made the freaking, and NASA funding, they made the crazy decision to just make Falcon 9. And then C-22 Falcon 9 first flew in 2010. So Falcon 9's engineering came on the books in 2008 when SpaceX got a COTS contract, right? When did Falcon 9 fly people? Almost 10 years later. When did Falcon 9 first land? 5 years down the road. When did Falcon Heavy first fly? 8 years down the road, right? When did Falcon 9's design pretty much get to the final version? You see what I'm talking about with development? Starship only came on the books basically around 2016, 2017, right? As Falcon 9 was ramping down. SpaceX does do rapid testing, but that doesn't mean that their pace isn't slow and steady just like everybody else's. Don't get me wrong. Their slow and steady pace is a little bit faster than everybody else. But the point is that they didn't try to build Starship right out of the gates. You know what I mean? You have to... and see, C-22, you're right in that it's always a balance, dude. It's always a balance. You can't go too fast. You go too fast, you're going to have failures. But you can't go too slow either, and then nothing's going to get done. You have to... It's this weird, kind of nominal window of, iteration. And the funny thing is, to me, is that people say SLS is if you told people, where do you think SLS is, on a scale of iteration comparatively to SpaceX, right? This nominal window would be this big. They'd think that SLS is over there and SpaceX is over there. In reality, they're not that far off. Waterfall testing with rockets and rapid iterative testing with rockets are not that... The timelines aren't that different. They aren't, right? I'm serious. Look at Falcon 9's development, dude. Do you think NASA would okay, so let's look at it this way. If NASA was going to fly people on a rocket, how long would it take? You think it would take them 10 years to put people on a rocket? It has with SLS, and I understand that. But if NASA had kept going with Ares 1, when do you think the least amount of what do you think the least amount of time would have been to put people on Ares 1? 2016, 2017? You know, we could say that SpaceX goes faster, but the iterative prototyping is faster with SpaceX all the time. They're always pushing the envelope, and that's good. That's what I like about Elon. He drives people to do better. Now, whether you like that or not, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But, everybody says, oh, SpaceX goes so fast, SpaceX goes so fast. Well, that's just because they're transparent about their flights. Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy took just as long as any other launch vehicle to get developed. It's just we saw more of it. We saw every time it was flying. We saw the landings. We saw the process. And that made it seem like it was faster. I mean, look at how long Starship in the stainless steel format has been on the books since 2018. That's when they switched to stainless. And then in 2021, they had their first successful test, fully successful test of the upper stage, right? Just now, that's 4 years later. That's about how long it was going to take NASA to get Ares 1's upper stage working. See what I'm talking about? Now, and once again, I'm not bad-mouthing SpaceX. I have respect of the utmost for anyone that attempts to do any of this. You're crazy if you want to do this. But you gotta be. This stuff's... It's actually like what Elon said in his SNL monologue. He goes, some people think I'm weird. I'm literally trying to get people to land on another planet, and I'm trying to make electric cars. Do you think someone would do those things and not be crazy? I mean, she's got a point, So, C-22, SpaceX does go fast. Don't get me wrong. Remember, it's inside of that window, and inside of that window of building rockets, SpaceX is over here. I'm not gonna say that they don't go faster than everybody else. They really do. They iterate faster than anyone in the industry. But that still is a slow and steady pace in the scheme of things. I can't just start a rocket company right now and say, I'm going to build VentureStar. That you doom yourself to failure. That's like if you just tried cold turkey to go take a calc test. You would fail. There's not many people that would pass that. Even people that have passed calculus prior. Right? And don't get me wrong, I see, like, people get confused. They think I'm criticizing SpaceX and they get mad when I criticize SpaceX. And then when I criticize ULA over something or SLS over something, they think, you know, I mean, actually, I'm pretty well known for liking Orange Rocket, but I apply equal criticism across the board. I call it fair. I try to call it very fair, because I always say this. I don't think we're at any point to be fanboy over a rocket. Like, okay, I like Fords, right? Like, ha ha ha, Blue Oval, I get it, found on road dead. Yeah, right? See what I'm talking about? The car industry is big enough to where you can pick a side and it's fine. The commercial market for space is not big enough to be able to pick sides right now. I firmly believe that. Not until I can get on a freaking Dragon capsule, pay like $300 to get on a Dragon capsule and launch up to a space hotel. That's when you can pick sides. I hope I passed my calc qualifier. Yeah, stream chat. I like Ford. Ford does a good job, man. But you know, once again, Chevy doesn't make a bad product. Like anything pre 2005, I'm on board. I like that. And then anything post 2005 flagship stuff is good. And I've always liked the Tahoe. Tahoe is a nice truck. And Cadillac always. I'll drive any Cadillac. Cadillacs are freaking love Cadillacs. But I don't think we could pick sides. So the other thing that I like to do is in my analyzation of just space news and what's going on, I try to be very if I apply every company to the same standards, I think I'll get a better analysis, right? You know, so I mean, once again, you know, I know that SpaceX does go fast, and don't get me wrong, they go faster than pretty much anyone else. I can't think of another company that goes faster than they do. I mean, SpaceX brought a vehicle to the launch pad in 4 years. And that's basically cold turkey. You don't know anything about rockets. I'm just going to go find some people that like, Elon said in 2002, I'm going to go find people that like rockets and hire a bunch of people that I think are you know, would be good employees. And they went from that to a launch in less than 4 years. That's pretty damn impressive, considering that, you know, the chief engineer had no experience engineering rockets. That's pretty damn impressive. They do go fast, but their overall pace, if you look at SpaceX as a macro entity, their pace has been pretty on par with everyone else. It's faster. Don't get me wrong. You know, SpaceX is way faster, but it's not by much. You know what I mean? You can't drive a Caddy. You ain't retired yet. Tessa, have you seen some of the new Cadillacs, dude? And you know good and well that I am not going to be a person that's going to sit here and shill a GM product. The new Cadillacs are nice. They're really nice cars. Look at this thing. Here, hold on. Let me find a good picture of one. You cannot sit here and say that that's not a cool looking car. Hey, just finished a semester of aero engineering and now I'm here. What's up, Having Famous? How you doing? Tessa, she got a twin turbo V6, 6-speed rear wheel drive. The V6 makes 400 horsepower. What else? Not a fan? Really? Really? You guys don't think that's a nice looking car? For reals? It's okay? That's what I'm thinking, Reagan. Yeah. Really? You guys don't like that? It looks like a Vauxhall. It's because it is. Because standardization of product, Luizo. Really? The hood is too thick. You can't even see in front of you. Huh. For real, that thing looks like all kinds of nope. Wow, that's not the response I was expecting. Really? Nothing? That's doing nothing for you? And it's a freaking GM. Like, have I just conditioned you guys to just hate GM products? That doesn't look good to you. I like that. I like that a lot. But then again, I do like boxy things. Like, really? It looks like a knockoff Mercedes. Unfortunately, Geeson, that's basically what Cadillac has become. All right, Deepak. If I want a caddy, it's going to be a boat. So the CT6. John, look at this thing. Cadillac has a boat, and it's designed to compete with the S550. How's that for a boat? Look at that thing. It's got a 4.2 twin-scroll turbo in it, making 640 horsepower. 640 horsepower out of a 4.2-liter V8. Twin-scroll turbos, dude. I like the CT6. I would drive one of those. I like that car a lot. I like cars with a big old grill in the front. I don't know why. It's weird. Like the Audis that have the big old grill in the front, like a RS4 or something. It looks comfy. Dude, I love the CT6, man. JJ, you guys got to read about this engine. I'm telling you. Chevy actually made a disgustingly good engine. Well, not actually. Chevy usually makes really good engines. I'll be honest. Like I'll say that as a Ford freaking nutcase. Chevy makes a damn good engine. They just don't make anything else very good. Is it a luxury car or a sports car? It's a luxury car, Sishui. Yeah, but they put this nuts here. Look. Okay. Do you guys know what twin scroll turbos do? Look at this. This is some next level stuff. All right. Here's a picture of a twin scroll. I'll bring this back to aerodynamics and stuff. Look at the twin scroll. You see that? You see in the turbine housing? There's two chambers in the turbine housing. Could you build a rudimentary rocket engine out of only car parts? Nah. You could build a jet engine. You could build a turbojet with a turbocharger. You're just missing the combustors, because the engine is the combustor with a turbocharged car. You'd need to make your own combustor. It's been done. You can do it. It won't. I mean, it's not like it's going to be useful, but you can make a jet engine, sure. So check this out. You have two chambers there. The idea is that the more pressure it builds, right, it fills up one of the turbine chambers first with air, right, and then it'll fill up the second one to spin this thing even faster. A twin scroll turbo can eliminate turbo lag. It's one turbocharger that basically eliminates turbo lag. It's really cool. That's a really cool idea. And then they're of course using vacuum for wastegate actuation. Yeah, JG, it's pretty awesome. Once again. And this is why, like, I mean, a lot of people are getting away from, like, compound turbos and stuff. Nobody wants to do that because twin scroll is better. You can fill up this combustion chamber, or not, I say combustion chamber. You can fill up this turbine chamber here, pressurize that, and it'll spin the blades, right? And then, when the engine's moving more air, it fills up all of it, and it spins it even faster. Once again, it ramps the turbo with engine RPM. With a dual turbine chambers right there. That's really smart. That's really smart stuff. Also, look at the compressor wheel. Compressor wheel has two different types of fins on it. Guess why? For compression at low RPM and compression at high RPM. Pretty crazy, huh? That thing has two of them on a 4.2 liter with dual overhead cams, 4 valves per cylinder. Twin scroll, 2 turbos for each bank, 600 horse out of a 4.2 aluminum V8. Screw LS engines, man. I want that. Give me that. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah. It sucks that they only put it in the boat, dude. I want one of those in a Corvette, but they'll never do it. They'll never do it because it threatens the LS. Keep in mind, JG, that's out of the box. 640 horse out of the box. You can't look in the box. But can we put the twin scrolls on an LS? Sure. But those twin scrolls, see, the thing about the twin scroll now is that, you need a higher revving engine will benefit the twin scroll better. With a twin scroll turbo, you want low displacement because the twin scroll can increase the power band across the entire rev. So like with engines, guys, because an engine it's reciprocating, right? So the revs have a lot to do with it. The RPMs have a lot because you're using reciprocating. You're going up and down. It's not like a jet engine where you can just, you know. How and where the motor makes the most power depends on the type of engine. Generally, smaller displacement engines with a shorter stroke, so the distance between the piston going up and down, or top dead and bottom dead center, those cars can rev higher. So with a twin scroll, you'd want a lower displacement engine, not a higher displacement engine. With no scroll, with like a non-twin scroll, just a regular turbo, you'd want you could do lower revs because it's going to take you want something that moves a lot of air on the low end, so you want a longer stroke. So it'll get those turbos spinning, right? So a rotary engine would be perfect. A twin scroll rotary would be insane, Caviar, yeah. Actually, I'm really surprised nobody's done that.
Discovery, go at
That's
throttle
a
up.
really good idea. I wonder if F1 uses twin scrolls. That's actually a really good question. I don't know. The Blackwing V8 is the exhaust valve towards the middle for space saving. It's so cool. Bill, I can't believe Chevy just put this engine out and they're just like, yeah, we made that. It's like, dude, this is like, okay. And we said that Cadillac just tries to compete with Mercedes and Audi now, right? Which is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. Like, but that's like Audi spec engineer. That's German engineering, man. Well, I mean, knowing Chevy, they probably just hired some Germans to make it. That's what they do, right? But that's a really cool engine. It's really cool and really innovative for an American car. I get it. We make our cars simpler. Our cars are easier to fix. They break more. I get it. I understand. Ha ha ha. Yeah, but when your car breaks, you can't fix it on the side of the road. You need a freaking computer. John Sema! What's up, man? 4137. JJ had a 15 in there, and Zonic had a 47 as well. What's your opinion on the AMG one? Alleviate, it's going to be weird coming from me, but I actually don't mind Mercedes. Mercedes makes a pretty good car. They really do. Audi makes okay cars as well. If I had to choose a German car, it'd probably be Mercedes, man. And I'm saying that as a Ferrari fan, but as a big Scuderia Ferrari fan, but if Ferrari doesn't make like a road car, but dude, I will just straight up admit it. You want to know what one of my favorite Mercedes is? Here. You really want to know what one of my favorite Mercedes is? This thing right here. I would drive the piss out of this car. Porsches are cool. Porsches are alright, Louiso. I don't mind Porsches, but I like that. That's... It's an E63 AMG wagon. Yeah, RT, the meat wagon, the medical car. I like the medical car more than I like the pace car. So stupid. Oh, that's such a cool car. 6.3 liter V8. I'm in. 6.3 liter, dual overhead cam. It's turbo, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, Is this space news? I thought this was car talk. Yeah, sorry, went on a little bit of a tangent there, but either way. Nah, that's an estate. I would drive it. That's what we call it, not what you call it, even though it means the same thing. I like the Bronco C22. I do like the new Bronco. Remo actually likes it too. She wants to trade one in, but good luck finding one. Family wagon going 280 kilometers an hour down the Autobahn. Yep. I like that. I like GM's wagon that they made too. GM made a car like that, CTSV wagon for the people over in Europe. It has a Corvette engine in it. It's a station wagon with a Corvette engine in it. This is the only estate I would drive. What's that? See, Sebi, I don't mind that. That's a cool looking car. But my thing with German cars, and don't take this the wrong way, they're engineered to a much higher standard. It's like almost aerospace engineering when it comes to those things. And that's cool. And I like pushing the boundary with cars, but see, like, the thing about that is that over here in the US, dude, you don't need a car that complicated. Really, you really don't. I firmly believe that we make cars a little too complicated. But once again, that Too complicated is not a word in German. I'm pretty sure. So childish, I love it. Oh yeah, Swishio, come on, man. Yeah, I like the 300 SL Gull Wings, the old ones. That's cool. A lot of my aerospace engineering friends found jobs in the auto industry. Yep. Oberkompliziert. It was a joke, Altio, but yeah. Weil so kompliziert? Yeah, no, Sawyer, I do appreciate it. I appreciate pushing the boundaries. And believe it or not, the company that had that figured out until they decided they wanted to insert head into rectum is GM. GM's the one that had that figured out. They had all the different car brands that they owned. One was designed to just build crazy stuff, like how Volkswagen does it with the Bugatti, right? Just build whatever to show that we show our engineering chops, and then make regular cars for everybody else. It's a really smart idea. They're called loss leaders. Like the Corvette, the Mustang, Camaro, loss leaders. Challenger, loss leader. Battle Tank, 94 Volvo 850 Estate, British touring car. I like it, Tessa. I do. I dig it. Sent you a tweet with a news story about a concept passenger plane with 3 sets of wings. Sent it last night. Iceman, I'm Twitter inept, dude. We'll get back into space news now. I don't... What am I doing wrong here? Yeah, Corey, I like GM up until about 2005. 2005 is when they started getting... And then after 2008, it's just... There's some stuff here and there, but... But I do appreciate the older stuff. Rice, you know me, man. I like the older things. I like older cars because they're simple. They don't need to be complicated. Older cars prove that cars do not need to be complicated. How are the SSDOs going in KSP? They're going all right. I don't know where the mentions are or anything. Space news. Oh, Dylan Rice. All right, cool. Let's get back into the space news, and we started watching the Starship video, but here, let's switch to ULA stuff real quick. Oh, okay, C-22. I gotcha. Rocket Guy, also, if you're here. I got it, and yeah, it was a lower price, and there was a reason why it was a lower price, because it's used. What is that? This is the Fundamentals of Aerodynamics 6th edition. Yeah, many people have spent time staring into this book. This is a great book on aerodynamics. Rocket Guy told me to get it. It literally goes through everything from fundamental principles to incompressible flow over airfoils, incompressible flow for finite wings, three-dimensional incompressible flow, oblique shock and expansion waves, subsonic compression flow over aerofoils, linearized supersonic flow. Ooh, linearized supersonic flow. Nice. Yeah, it has the rental label on it. I bought it because it was inexpensive. I don't care. I don't give a crap. It's the information inside, not the damn cover. Don't judge a book by its cover, right? Is something. Ooh, viscous. So this goes through viscous flow as well. That's really cool. Elements of hypersonic flow. Ooh, I'm going to read that. What book is that? It's called Fundamentals of Aerodynamics. It's a college-level aerospace engineering book about, you guessed it, aerodynamics. Does it have supersonic retropropulsion? I forgot how to book for a second. Let's go to the back and let's see if it's there. Supercritical aerofoils, Supermarine Spitfire, nice. Supersonic aircraft, supersonic combustion ramjet, supersonic flows, supersonic inlets, supersonic transport, supersonic wave drag, supersonic wind tunnels. Ooh, supersonic combustion through convergent divergent nozzles. That part looks like fun. Are we going to sit in bed for the next year reading that book? Yeah, I don't think it has it in here. This is more for airplanes, less for rockets. But it does have supersonic flow through convergent divergent nozzles, Rocket Guy, which is pretty rad. I don't think that supersonic retropropulsion would be in a book like this. That's not... The reason why is because this is fundamentals. Supersonic retropropulsion is not a fundamental. That's a pretty advanced stuff. It wouldn't have SRP to my knowledge. I mean, I didn't see anything in here, Rocket Guy. I mean... I'll check propulsion. See, before search engines, this is what you had to do. You had to go and look in the freaking index. I remember how to do this. Parasite drag coefficient, partial differential equations. Sorry, excuse me. Perturbation velocities. Ooh, that's cool. I'm recognizing some of these words, Rocket Guy. Is that bad? And is it bad if I kind of know what some of this stuff means? Ooh. I can never say the guy's name right. I'll just say Prantmeyer. Prantmeyer expansion waves. I'm going to be reading about that. That's cool. The book came before supersonic retropropulsion. Yeah, guys, supersonic retropropulsion. So how Falcon 9 lands, the entry burn, that's something that came from a NASA study on entry, descent, and landing for Mars. Yeah. Prantl. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're right. So, I mean, guys, honestly, what's the copyright on this book? Hold on. When this is the 6th edition, so... ...2017. I mean, I'm not going to say it was cutting edge then, but yeah. But once again, this is fundamentals, guys. So, who knows? Already done with the F-22, according to the Air Force. Supersonic retropropulsion with an F-22, Rice? I don't think that can do that. Oh, re-entry vehicles. Major discoveries in re-entry vehicles. Hold on. Hey, Rocket Guy. Look what page I opened up to. Convergent, divergent. It won't have SRP regardless. I believe you. Yeah. Ooh, center of pressure. Very nice. Yeah, this is really fundamental stuff. But cool. I mean, this shows the math, and that's honestly, Rocket Guy, that's the stuff that I probably should learn. Are we gonna import coal in Minecraft, or are we building a realistic coal mine? Well, I wanted the rail lines connected to the power plant, Sebi, and the highway as well. What book is this? I bought it off of Amazon used, so it wasn't that expensive. I mean, whatever. I wrote it off. It doesn't matter. Yeah, this has a lot of cool stuff in it. I'm like psyched. This is cool, man. Standard atmospheric SI units. Look at these tables. Look at this graph. "20 years ahead, Rice." Yeah, dude. Yeah, you don't even want to know. Prandtl-Meyer function in Mach angle. Ooh. Oh, this is cool. Yeah. Oh god, I really like this. Shock properties in the appendix here. There's tables for shock properties here. What else do we got? Isentropic flow properties. I don't know what that means. Yep, it was blurred. I know, Rafael. That's why I said what it was. Whoa. What's isentropic shock properties mean, Rocket Guy? Or is that something that can't be explained in one sentence? Knowing aerospace engineering, it's probably that. Probably something that can't be explained. Can we do evening work periods to go through the question section? I wouldn't mind doing that for early hours, Zonic, to be 100% real. We could bust through the entire chapter, but also at the same time, I'm not sure if anybody's going to get pissed off if I just start reading this book on stream, you know? Isentropic means ideal. Isentropic flow occurs when the charge in flow when the change in flow variables is small and gradual, such as the ideal flow through the nozzle shown above. Ah, that's from Google. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is copywritten, so I'm not sure how well that's going to work, but... So, Rocket Guy, I always try to think up of an example, like spelling bee style. So, like, the mass flow rate on a rocket engine, there's an isentropic flow rate, right? Like, that would be ideal for any whatever application of convergent divergent design that you're working with. Is that am I in the ballpark at all, or did I just strike out? Read me a bedtime story. Read it yourself. Does your accountant ever comment on the stuff you write off? No. Yeah, probably a license issue showing it on stream. Drummer, that part of that is, you know, I read stuff and I cite sources, obviously. You know how I am about that. But I always try to come up with my own way of saying things. To show, one, that I understand the material, and two, so I don't get hit with a, you know, so a college textbook publishing people doesn't give me a cease and desist. Could always shoot an email to the authors and distributors and tell them who you are and what you do. Never heard? Yeah, the worst they're going to say is no. You're right. Oh, yeah, C22, that's amazing. I saved that PDF. More to do with the expansion of the combustion and flow of the reactants out of the nozzle. Okay, got it. There are also rules around you being an educational purpose that might make it allowable. Yeah, Wisp, the problem is I'm education for profit. Not official education. I'd say more edutainment, right? So like the Discovery Channel. But the Discovery Channel didn't make Modern Marvels or any of these other shows, that the awesome shows that they used to show back in the day. They didn't do that out of the goodness of their heart. I need to get paid so I can put food on the table, or coffee in my case. Well, Drummer, the way I see it is that, you know, if I'm doing homework from a particular class or something, I don't see the problem with doing that homework on stream. I don't see the to be honest with you, I don't see the problem with doing any course syllabus on stream. The reason is because, yeah, okay, great. That course could be, you know, people could copy the course and blah, 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 you know, people could get a free education. But see, here's the thing. You get a free education, but you don't get a certificate. You got to pay for that, remember? That's what the college degree thing is all about, getting that stupid piece of paper that says that you know it. Plagiarizing answers from chat, though. Barak, honestly, you know how I use mission mode in good faith? I would never, ever write down something that somebody says in chat and take it as gospel if we're doing homework for a college study. I would make sure I would know. I know it, and I could know it well enough to teach it. I have a fundamental rule about that, dude. I can't truly teach something, or I can't. You don't truly learn something until you teach it to somebody. If you can teach the idea, that's when you really understand it. That's why I've gotten better at this over time, but that's why I'm so good at what I do. Because I genuinely go in there and try and understand the topic because I love this stuff, you know? They don't know that, though. Yeah. Isentropic means reversible and adiabatic flow, where constant value of entropy is maintained. Adiabatic meaning that there is no heat exchange from the flow to the surrounding. It's an approximation, basically. Yeah, I think so, Rocket Guy. I think you're right on that. Interesting. Okay. Adiabatic flow, I'm not... Yeah, see, now we're going down the rabbit hole. Anyway. Yeah. Seems you can do homework, but having the book on stream is public domain. Yeah. Interesting. Hey, I'm a type 1 adiabatic. Wait, what? Anyway. Alright, well that's good to know, guys. Here, we'll get back into the Starship stuff. I was gonna do the ULA thing, but we'll do a ULA thing here after we finish looking at this. So let's get back to the NSF footage. This footage is coming from NASA Spaceflight, as always. Boca Chica gal, Mary, local resident down there and a reporter for NASA Spaceflight, is out there filming every day. Gets us this awesome footage. Make sure you go over there and try to support them if you can. Supporting them allows me to keep doing this stuff here, you know. Go over there, buy a mug or a Wenhop shirt. Seriously, I'm not asking. And I'm very partial about this stuff. Because, you know, support. I'm very careful about who I support. I will unconditionally support NSF with anything that they do. And you know, they allow me to look at this stuff here, which is not something they let anyone do. They allow me to look at this stuff and view all of it without, you know, with permission, obviously. So make sure you go over there and you support them. Supporting them helps me get you better analyzation of what's going on in the space industry. So make sure you do that. And that's about as close as you'll ever see me shilling for a product. Did you cover the Reddit AMA at all? No, not really. I'm going to read that stuff off stream, Phil. I bought 2 stickers. Nice, Vasia. I bought the SN15 landing shirt and I think a Wenhop shirt. Cool. Alright. Oh, crane stuff. Lovely. Alright. So, these pictures are from yesterday. Ramford. So it looks like these guys are getting the power boom installed here. Once again, this is a Liebherr 11350. It is not the biggest crane that humanity has, but it's up there in terms of lattice cranes, like cranes that you have to assemble. It's up there. The 11350 is very big. And this one, these lattice cranes go together like Lego kits. You can see where the different colored sections bolt together. That allows them to be taken apart and assembled, you know, wherever, or at a launch site in this particular case. This crane, the configuration that this crane is going into is using what's called a power boom. Power boom is basically the main boom on the crane, so the thing that actually holds the load up, right, is reinforced with instead of one of these things, it has 2 of them side by side. Power boom cranes like this are used for moving extremely large, heavy sub-assemblies for whatever. This is the type of stuff that they would use to build a football stadium, or a football stadium if you're in North America. Or anything else, like building the roof of a huge building or something, like of a stadium. This is the kind of stuff that you'd have, like, to move it. Or if you need to build a fixed service structure that's 500 feet tall. SN15 will not launch until the 11350 is gone, right? I'm not sure, Corey. I was just kind of speculating when I said they won't move the cranes when Starship fires. They might. But, yeah, I'm not... If anything, they'll put the crane down. Hey, Flash Wolf, what's up? T-Man, how you doing? Okay. See the twin booms? That's the power boom. Power booms are really... Now, once again, they're pretty massive. Well, I always try to convey scale here, okay? Look at the trucks and the vans comparatively to the boom. I mean, this is a power boom, so it's 2 of them. But even then, that's a main boom for the crane. Look at the size difference here. That thing looks like a golf cart. I assure you, that is not a small truck. Yeah, there's a cross brace for the power boom there. And on top of all this, guys, we saw them moving more parts for a crane. There's another Liebherr crane being brought in. I wonder if they'll show it in this footage. Like, look at the dude standing on the crane. Look at how big that dang thing is. And the crane is definitely in a spot to stage building the launch mount and whatever. Launch mount in the service structure. I mean, Rice, she's a freaking monster, dude. I love it. That's so cool. It's so cool that some humans crap this out of their head. It's unbelievable to me. And then the thing that it's building is even crazier, right? That's some big boy stuff right there, dude. I love it. And then it's funny because you look at the crane with the power boom and then you look at this tiny little crawler crane and you're like, huh? All right, that's cool. Jim, they aren't birds, they're drones. Yeah, that little crane. It's so tiny, right? That's actually the 11350. That's just the derrick. That's a support beam. The derrick on the 11350 is bigger than that crane's main boom, which is just nuts to me. I can't believe how big the thing actually is. And then you have the blue Liebherr over here that's moving SN15 around like it's nobody's business. So there's a cryo tank thing here. Yeah, the aerodynamic test stand was scrapped. I was reading somewhere last night, I think it was just on NASA Spaceflight, that the reason why this test rig looked so ridiculous, guys, is not because, like, why it was like, wait, what? What are they doing here exactly? There was actually a piston inside of the nose cone that was pulling downwards on the dark nose cone cap up here. They had a huge hydraulic piston in there that, to measure the aerodynamic loads, instead of pushing from the top, it was pulling down on it internally. That's why this thing looked so weird. That's why we couldn't, like, they're like, wait, how is that a test stand? Like, I don't understand here. It was designed to basically pull down on itself. And it looks like the nose cone did have a couple of lumps there, but I don't know if that's from handling or if that's from the test stand. But it is an aerodynamic test stand. That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to mimic aerodynamic loads. Orbital launch mount's going. Bird. Nice bird. Nice. Very nice. Bird. Oh man. Look at that. So where is the launch table going once it's finished? On top of those things that they rammed into the ground? The launch table is going... Hold on. I don't know for sure, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's going on this. See the posts right there? We saw them drill out the posts for this thing. So what they did was, with these things here, they dug 6 big holes about 100 feet down, or about 30 meters down into the ground. I'm guessing they're going below the water table, so they're going down into bedrock, right? They had this giant, basically, drill. It was a huge auger, right? And what it did was it displaced the dirt out, right? It dug out all the dirt, and then they lifted it up, and they lifted all the dirt out, and then because some of the drill goes into the water table, it basically turns into a well, right? So it fills up with water, right? And then what they did right after that is they put rebar lattice down that thing, right? And then they drove a concrete mixer up to it and started pouring concrete slurry in it. And the concrete inside of the well sinks to the bottom and displaces all the water out, and it gives you an instant concrete column. There's 6 concrete columns in there that go about 30 meters down, or about 100 feet. And then they made a concrete plate for it they made a concrete foundation around the 6 posts, and then they made these posts here where they put rebar down and then sleeved it with these metal pieces here, and then poured more concrete in it, and then they let the concrete cure for like a couple months, and then I'm pretty sure that table is going on top of this. How much does Starship weigh? I'm not sure, T-Man, but it's gonna be a lot. Yeah, I say posts, but these things are about, those columns are like 6 feet wide, or about 2 meters. They're huge. I mean, it's got to hold up something heavy. Like T-Man said, how much does it weigh? I don't know. 4,000 tons. It's just a ballpark guess. Probably more. And so the launch table, I think, is going to go... This thing is going to go on top of that. It weighs a lot. Look at this. There seem to be some additional segments coming from the table in the posts. Alright, hold on one second. What is this? Let me see this. I remember these things being delivered. So, who did this video? Hold on, first of all. Blender 3D Creation Eccentric. Okay. Just make sure credit where credit is due. Doesn't SN15 back on the pad essentially mean it's going to be tested more? Van, yeah. Once again, dude, something changed. I said this the other day. Something changed, and I have no idea what it is. I don't know. After SN15 landed, SpaceX changed the goal. And what they changed it to, dude, I don't know. Once again, well, that's not entirely true, okay? So, Van, we know the end goal because Elon said the end goal on Twitter. Orbital launch. That orbital flight test that they want to try during the summer, where they have Super Heavy with Starship on top to test Starship's heat shield, right? They're basically going to launch a dud Starship into space with 3 Raptor engines, no vacuum engines, get that thing up into space, and then test out the heat shield for better analysis on how the heat shield works, the tiles and everything, right? It's basically going to be like the EFT-1 mission from 2014 with the Orion capsule that basically had nothing but the outside skin and the heat shield and an empty tank inside, right? I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but you get the idea. Point is, it's not like a full orbital Starship. A lot of people, I think a lot of folks get confused there. It's a dud with a heat shield on it, right? But either way, the testing regime was fairly straightforward until Elon said, like, oh, we're going to try for orbital. We know what they're going to do, but Van, the question that I ask is how they're going to get there. So we're where we are right now with SN15 landing and now back on Pad B, right? And then there's orbital launch. So, like I said, I had a gut feeling that everything kind of shifted after SN15 landed. Like, up until that point, it was like, okay, test SN16 and test SN17, right? And hop with those things. That's what I thought they would do. And then SN15 landed, and you'd think that they would be all over that thing, right? They'd be all over it, taking it apart, getting analysis and data. Nope. They left it there for a week, and then they moved it to the pad. Doesn't seem like there's much priority there, right? That's what I mean about, like, something changed. So now the question is, Van, right? The question is, how do we get to this point? How do we get to orbital flight test? What do you need to do to get there? And the big one is getting the pad finished, right? So, and once again, I might be stringing too many things together. I might look like Charlie Day here with they're doing this, like. So that tells me now that SN15 is not, I'm not going to say it's not a priority. They can use it for additional data. So I'm guessing static fires. That's just a guess. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. I seriously have no idea. I can't figure it out. I can't draw all the lines to get to here, right? In terms of, like, where we're at. I do know that if we go from here to here, though, is SN15 really part of that equation? I don't think so. Devlin. I don't know. Okay, so let's connect some theoretical dots here. Okay, what do we need? It's not why did you do it, it's what are you trying to do? Elon wants an orbital test flight sometime, I would say sometime in the summer. He says June, which is, I mean, if they could pull that off, I'll be really impressed. That would be amazing, right? He says June, right? So, okay, what do you need to get there? Well, you need the orbital launch mount stacked on the pad and ready for integration and hooked up because you're going to need to launch something. So the fuel lines, basically the first orbital pad needs to be done in about a month. Probably less. It needs to be done in less than a month because it's already the middle of May. It's already the middle of May. Jeez. March 387th, 2020. Anyway, right? 47 days from now, July 1st. Yeah, they have to have an EIR done. They have to have all the FAA paperwork. Phil, I'll be honest with you. I'm not too worried about the paperwork. SpaceX has plenty of time for the paperwork. I seriously don't. They have to get the pad ready. So they got about a month, let's say, about a month to get the pad ready, and then a couple weeks for stacking and testing after that. And then you launch something off of that pad. So the pad is nowhere near completion. I'd say the pad's maybe 40% done at this time. Seriously. Yeah, I'd go with about 40. And keep in mind, SpaceX might, 40 to 50% might be enough to run the bare minimum. Knowing SpaceX, they'll probably do half of the frigging pad, right? They'll probably build like out half of the pad for, well, actually no, they need to fill up a fully fueled Starship. So maybe they'll do something else in the meantime, right? But the tower needs to be, well, actually, does the tower need to be finished? I don't think so. It's just the launch table, right? Tower doesn't need to be finished. They're not gonna land Super Heavy back on the launch table, and the grabbers aren't finished, and we know they're going to expend that Super Heavy. So tower doesn't even need to be finished. And once again, I firmly believe that SpaceX isn't going to have any umbilicals on that tower. I think that Starship fuels up via the docking port, or the fuel port, the fuel umbilical on the bottom of Starship. And I think that the top of Super Heavy is going to be basically a copy of the suborbital pad, but on top of Super Heavy. That's what the interstage is going to look like, more or less, with the umbilicals. I think they're going to fuel up Starship through Super Heavy, but that's just a theory. I don't know that for sure. They got to stack it. They got to do fuel testing. They got to test the pad out. So, Van, that tells me that their SN15 is kind of on the back burner, and frankly, so is 16 and 17. If you want to hit that goal that Elon set, screw suborbital testing. You got the pad is the priority. They could use 11350 to stack it. Yeah, maybe. And they could just use cranes, so no need to bother with the Lightning Towers. Yep. Can somebody tell me the T-minus for the Falcon launch? About an hour? It's close. We're getting close. I think SN15 is only valuable now for repeatability. But even then, we know that doesn't mean much since Starship is in fluid design with Super Heavy. You need to start testing as close to operational envelope as possible for protocept and proof of concept. Yep. The next big goal is still getting Starship to its full flight envelope before Super Heavy is brought to its flight envelope. Yep. Van, what did you say? I saw you said something in there. I think static fires make sense considering SN15 was supposed to be a 3-engine landing, but it only lit 2. Yeah, the Starlink launch is going to go. No concept has ever shown umbilicals for any BFR Super Heavy. Pretty sure it'll fill up through the bottom. I mean, Sebi, it makes sense. That would mean that every time SpaceX fuels up a Starship, that one, they're getting data on how to refuel Starship on orbit, because if Starship's going to use the same umbilical on orbit to fuel as it is on the suborbital pad, sure. And then you might as well combine that with Super Heavy as well. Once again, we know good and well that refueling is built into Starship's design from the start. It's not, oh, let's build a rocket and let's figure out how to refuel it on space later. No, it's built in. It's designed in parallel with Starship. And we've seen that umbilical plate, and SpaceX is definitely trying to standardize that umbilical plate. It's pretty obvious. So yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Does Starship have to be pressurized at all times for structural integrity?
Discovery,
No.
go at throttle up.
No, it doesn't. No, human, it doesn't. It's stainless steel, but it's not a balloon tank. It's not balloon tank stainless. They're 3 mil stick. 4 mil thick stainless steel. 3 mil sticks. What? 3 mil. That's a tiny little stick. Anyway, Lucifer, 6-month resub. Did I miss the Rocket Lab chat? If there was any, a little bit, Lucifer. Yeah. I'm kind of bouncing around. This space news is not very regimented. I'll be honest with you. But then again, which one is? But then again, this is a little less regimented than what we usually get. I'm kind of just going all over the place. Isn't it 3 mil now? No, Rocket Guy. It's the 7.2 test article was a 3 mil prototype. But oh god, Thomas went on a diatribe about this the other day, Rocket Guy, and Thomas is usually spot on. That guy lives on the NASA spaceflight forums, and the Lab Padre Cam. I'm pretty sure that 15, 16, and 17 are still using 4 mil. Rocket Lab was already a topic, Steiner. Armchair Engineering looks like they're going to. Armchair Engineering looks like it's going. Sorry. Armchair Engineering is telling me that it's some type of TVC problem with Electron, but that also could be GNC. It could be a hardware problem. It could be a software problem. And saying that is like saying, oh, there's something wrong with my car. The check engine light is on. That doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? These things are complicated, dude. But yeah, something clearly went wrong, and there was induced yaw during ignition of the second stage that spun the stage out of control. I don't know, man. I don't know. That could be 1,000 different things. I'm gonna go ahead and guess with the thrust vector controller. And when I say the TVC, I mean the actual hydraulic that moves the rocket. That it looks like that failed because the rocket engine is facing. The rocket engine isn't stuck in this position, right? It's not stuck in that position when it leaves the stage, right? It's pointing down, and then it ignites and goes like this, right? And then that, like right when it ignites, it just gimbal locks to the left. That doesn't look like GNC, especially because it was during ignition. So either that, they may have cold fired or cold started that rocket engine, and maybe it broke something. The flash was pretty hard, but the flash was pretty insane, right? Looking at the footage, but I'm pretty sure that you know, we'd have to go back and look at other second stage ignition footage to compare the flashes, you know. Yeah, maybe Swishio. Thrust vector controller sticking. Yeah, Neanic Scott had a pretty good analysis on it. Yeah, it looks like the TVC failed. The thrust vector actuator actually failed. Here, take a look. So this is Scott's video kind of scrubbing through two different pictures. Look. That's a successful one, right? That's where it is when the engine is zeroed, and that's where, look at the difference. It had a sticky thrust vector controller. I mean, see, the thing is that we know that every rocket for thrust vector control from a hardware standpoint uses a hydraulic. I'm pretty sure it's hydraulic, but how you work that hydraulic is different on every rocket. Some rockets use the RP1 for hydraulic fluid. I know that the RD-180s do that. Yeah, RD-180, RD-170, RD-191. Those things use RP1 for the hydraulics. It's an open loop hydraulic system. So as long as the rocket engine is running, the hydraulics are working. Don't they use electric actuators? It's possible. Are you watching Starlink? Of course, man. That's why SpaceX does the wiggle test before launch. But they do the wiggle test with the first stage, Sebi. You're right. They do the wiggle test with the first stage. With the second stage, it's stuck. It's on the stiffener ring. It's being held together. It's being held in one place. They can't do a TVC checkout on the second stage, which is why SpaceX in the past, a long time ago, they've scrubbed for second stage TVC control before. What about SLS? What about it? Wait, huh? SLS. Every shuttle launch and SLS as well will do a TVC checkout, a wiggle test before launch. Another ULA video after we watch Dylan's. Yeah. Wires crossed, bad sensors, bad actuator. All comes down to QC issues every time. Rocket Guy, that's what I'm thinking, dude. Seriously. And I think I was talking about this before, and I don't know if my finger's on the pulse correctly. I'm just an outside observer, and I'm not trying to criticize because, no, I can't do it any better. I'm not going to sit here and try and say, like, armchair and think I know better. But if I had to say something, it seems like Rocket Lab may be spread a little too thin. Their two failure, well, the first failure we know was QC. It was QC because something went wrong with, what was it, the battery pack, right? The battery pack basically wasn't hooked up. Somebody forgot to plug the battery in. And then this one, if they're using an electric actuator, yeah, this is trying to go too fast. And that's what I was talking about with pacing and momentum for space programs. You know, but I don't know for sure. I mean, that's just what it seems like to me. But that's your gut means nothing when it comes to rocket science. This isn't a buddy cop flick. You need to look at the data and you need to understand it. Rocket Lab made Vega. What satellite was this mission supposed to be for? There was 2 satellites for Black Sky Incorporated, Corey. They're Earth observation. So picture satellites. Not spy satellites, but what spy satellites kind of do. They're civilian Earth observation. Yeah, and there was 2 of them. There was 2 of them on there. They had 2 of them stacked on top of each other. Note that this was a different configuration than other Electron launches, so they introduced new variables into the design. But, yeah, like for Google Maps or, yeah, or Microsoft or Bing Maps or whatever they have. So, I mean, I don't know. Personal opinion, it seems like they might be expanding a little too quickly right now at the expense of QC, because both of their problems have been processing problems. I say both of their problems. I'm not 100% sure, but I do know this. Rocket Lab has had 17 successful flights before this, you know, and they had 1 failure prior. And there's nothing wrong with Electron's design. There's nothing wrong with it. It works fine. Just like with Vega in the European Space Agency. Vega, the guy crossed 2 wires. Does that mean Vega's design is bad? No. That's a QC thing. It's quality assurance. That's the problem. You can have a good design and bad QC. The space shuttle's a real prime example of that. Not a bad design, it's just if you use it for a scenario where it's not tested prior, of course you're going to have some problems, right? I mean, they're literally making new rockets as well. Growing this fast could cause some issues here and there. I agree, Kem. I think they spread too thin too fast, if you really want my honest-to-God opinion. Sure, design, but design doesn't matter if you don't build it right. Yeah, that's true, Paul. You're right. You're not wrong. SpaceX has... Yeah, Sebi, that's the other thing. It could just be a teething problem. Ask anybody that works in the industry, guys. Teething problems like this happen. Like helium cavitation inside of your methane stage combustion cycle engines. Teething problems happen. And, yeah, that's just... I mean, Brimo and I were talking about something the other day. We were talking about, like, planning and stuff. And Brimo actually brought up a good point. And because Brimo's read Failure is Not an Option by Gene Kranz. And I'd actually forgot about this, but it's a really smart thing. There's known unknowns, and then there's unknown unknowns, right? So, like, there's stuff you can predict that might go wrong, and you could design around that. And then there's stuff that you can't predict, like stirring the tanks on your spacecraft and having the spacecraft explode. Yep. There's stuff you can predict, and there's stuff you can't. You know? Hey, check DMs. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Paul. Scaling is tough. He's right. Nice picture, Vulcan. Well then. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. I need to take that same picture with the truck someday, dude. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'll figure it out. Maybe this was a result of the semiconductor shortage, new chip on the board, or maybe something like that. It depends on the failure, Sebi, but yeah, it could be. I noticed that whenever you don't cover a Rocket Lab launch, they fail. So, alright, yeah, I won't miss another one, don't worry. I guess I have to rope Rocket Lab in with SpaceX. Got to cover it no matter what. Forge, I had everything ready to go. I had the whole setup turned back on, right? And there was about an hour until the web coverage started, right? And I had everything ready to go, and I'm like, oh, I still got an hour. So I went and sat down on the couch, and I was watching a YouTube video about a guy restoring a C50 Chevy truck and moving hay around. Vice Grip Garage, if you guys know that channel. Yeah. I watched the new video that he posted yesterday, and I fell asleep watching it. Yep. Oops. Scott Manley pointed out that the interstage camera shows the second stage engine pushed to the right before separation. I don't blame YouTube, Cam. I blame my couch. I can watch YouTube videos just fine here. I think Caviar Scott's usually spot on with this stuff, dude. And we usually come to the same conclusions all the time. That's why I like Scott, because Scott takes his time and does his homework. And he's also an astrophysicist by trade. There's also that. Credit to Scott Munley. Yeah, we were looking at this. Now, you guys are saying, did this thing come out of the gates like this? See, that's... Hold on. Let's go over here. That's that mission from last night. And then that's a successful successful mission. You notice the velocity is 11,700 kph. The engine's all the way over to the right. You need to do a collab with him? I've done collabs with him before, Steiner. Yeah, I know. Scott used this footage and he lined up the battery position relative. That's what he did. And we're looking at engine relative to the battery. That's what he did here. So the one with the dark background is the failed mission, and the one with this background, so that's where the engine's supposed to be. That would be the engine at 0 gimbal, so pointing straight back. So basically SAS lock, let your hands off the keyboard in Kerbal terms and let it go straight. That's where it was. Now the question is, did the engine come out of the gates like that? So let's just quick, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 bolts that are in shot here, okay? This sucks, man. I don't like going in here and looking at this, but people are gonna ask, so it's probably better to just get it over with. All right, so here's a shot inside. So 7 bolts, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now this camera cuts out during stage separation, right? So we don't know for sure. The thing does drift slightly, but that you usually encounter some drift like that during staging. All right, so look, what we're seeing here, right? That's the first stage, right? So there's engine ignition, right? And it starts going away from the stage, and right when it starts going away from the stage, after you see the sparks coming out of the engine's on. After it does that, it starts to turn. So I'm guessing something went wrong with the TVC plumbing, because engine ignition was fine. The engine worked. Look at the first frame of ignition, okay? Okay, so right there you see what this white cloud is the liquid oxygen going in there. You'd hit the engine first with liquid oxygen, because the reason why you'd flood it with liquid oxygen first is because you want to try to burn as much of that Keralox as you possibly can. So put it in an oxygen-rich environment. So that and the oxidizer turbo pump, or not turbo pump, the oxidizer pump needs to be, it spins at a much faster RPM. Well, not much faster. It's a differential RPM from the kerosene. But once again, I need to go look at the Rutherfords and see if they have a common turbo shaft. Because if they do, right, then yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of liquid oxygen there, right? And then that halo ring looks off center. This isn't a puff of smoke or a puff of exhaust, Sebi, that's coming out of the nozzle. What you're seeing here is gas flooding in the inner stage and then coming out of it. It looks like they turned on, they went LOX first. So you turn on liquid oxygen pre-valves, right? or not pre-valves, you turn on the oxygen, and then you turn on the RP1 like right after it. So you usually see engines shoot a puff of smoke out like this before they fire. We've seen some crazy staging in the past through that were worrisome in the moment. Let me see. Yeah. Shouldn't that be aligned with the center axis of the vehicle? Well, we saw it drift during staging. Forge, notice this in the video too. It's from the old... What is this? It's from... Video 2. It's from an old mission. The second stage does a divert maneuver. Alright, well, yeah, this is the one with the sound overdriven in it, isn't it? Guys, this stuff happens. This stuff happens with SpaceX's stages. That little... See the little drift do there that it does? That happens. That happens with everything. Except for like a hot stage, like a Titan or a Soyuz. This stuff, it's just more noticeable with Electron because it's small. It's like if you watch a rocket launch that's been sped up, like a time lapse of a rocket launch, it looks like a model rocket firing. Same thing. It's just a lot more noticeable because this thing is tiny. That little drift does seem to happen. The Rutherfords have separate turbo pumps, 2 motors. Okay, so yeah, they did start spraying LOX first. Oh. Oh no. The Daily Hopper though. It's very noticeable with Falcon 1 fourth flight. Yeah, there's also propellant slosh. Yeah, your propellant makes a vortex inside of the tank going into the tank pickups. And that vortex could work like a gyroscope and cause the stage to do this. That does happen. Sorry, but I have to. Can you check ignition on a successful mission? Right there. Hey, Medco, what's this? Ooh.
Руслан. Это невероятно.
What is this? Here, we'll get back to Rocket Lab in a second. Medco, what am I looking? I know it's an Antonov. What is this? Also, why vertical video? Where the Ruslan is what they call the Antonov 124. Did he say my God? My gosh, this plane is big. Please tell me they're playing hockey inside of it. Oh, damn. What is... He said it's a big plane, right? Nice. Interesting. Nice footage, dude. Some hockey players getting into an Antonov. But anyway, back to this. Once again, so Sebi, I'm looking at this footage right here, right? That engine is centered. If you look at Scott's video, right? The engine is centered. This is the same camera, right? And if you compare, if we go back in Scott's footage here, right? See that? Look at the relationship of the engine comparatively. Like you can see that angle right there. Just look at this angle. That's almost 90 degrees, right? And then if you look at this mission, the angle again, almost 90 degrees. It's almost perfect. But then you look at the failure. Let's go forward a little bit, right? That's like exactly 90 degrees. So the engine is tilted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Huh. The deal is complete. He said, oh, very cool, right? SN-15 lands for Electron, fails a soul for a soul. In Tversky Oblast, there was a celebration of 90 years of cargo. And yes, they were playing hockey inside. They put an ice rink inside of an Antonov. They did ice rink on Antonov. Hold on. Dude. Oh, that's so legit. I love it. Nucci 0 Starlink is 656. Got it. That's awesome. Now fly around and play hockey. All right. We need hockey matches streamed live from airplanes as they're flying around. And see, it'll be like playing Labyrinth, but with hockey. So if the plane goes to turn, the whole hockey rink turns. Oh my goodness. Oh god, I'd get sick. I would get sick. Oh god. Watch, one of them fell over. Wait, are these kids? Oh, these are just kids, dude. Dude, I'm laughing, but I'm not gonna sit here and say that I wouldn't be falling over. Yeah, that's cool. As some kids fly around. How many people could say they played hockey at 30,000 feet? How many bolts on the mission when it was tilted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And then let's go back over here to the interstage shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, see what I'm talking about, man? So this thing came out of the gates with the engine pointed straight down. It wasn't like in there. It wasn't to the right, Sebi, during staging. Something happened during ignition. And once again, if either Electron is using, actually, you know what? Let's just find out right now. Hold on. Let's go over to Rocket Lab's Twitter. All right, let's take a look. Don't forget this one. Don't forget this one. 7 bushes, something like 5, 7. They have pictures of the second stage here. Let's just see if they, That was the adapters on the second stage. There was 2 satellites. We looked at that shot yesterday. I know they have pictures of second stages around here. Let's just peep it and see what we can find. Because sometimes they show pictures of the factory. Blurred. Mm-hmm. Here, we'll try Peter Beck. Peter Beck. I mean, it's not very often that you'll see a picture of the second stage. Not many people like showing that. See, they're only showing second stages from the side. They're not showing the bottom too much. That's not upper stage. That's not an upper stage. It's a third stage. Really nice picture, though. Hard to say. Okay. Well, just you guys of course just found a picture out of nowhere. All right, so see these blue? See the blue things there? Those are the actuators. Do we see hydraulic? Yeah, they're hydraulic. See that? At least I'm pretty dang sure those are hydraulic lines. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. You could fly a parabola and play hockey at different G-forces. I like that, Human. That's a really good idea. I'm sorry. What is this? Okay, yep. Yeah, I'm sorry too. And I heard it on the TV in the other room because Brimo's watching the stream. Hi, Brimo. I heard the speed. So, the nozzle's almost as big as the stage. Vacuum optimization, goalie. Yeah, you need a much bigger nozzle and a nozzle that follows a different curve up there, man. Because there's no pressure to keep the gases going in the direction that you want. I'm guessing you saw this already. Yeah, the Daily Hopper. Why am I here? Yeah. Hi, Brimo. That's perspective, though. It's about 1/3 the diameter of the stage. Yeah, I mean, sure. They have so they do have RCS there. See that? Attitude control. I wonder what they're using for that. But anyway, very large expansion ratio, above 50. Absolutely. Rocket Guy, the thrust vector controllers, do those look electric to you? They look hydraulic to me. I see a lot of lines, and then there's some type of regulation system here that's like it's gold almost. See that? This looks like hydraulics. So once again, guys, some rocket engines use an open loop hydraulic, and they use the RP1 for thrust vector control. Actually, yeah, Sevi, perspective and stuff, I get it, but here, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, those look like hydraulic hoses to me. Yeah. So, and then there's your 2 turbo pumps right there. They're not turbo pumps, they're electro pump. They're electric pumps. It's electronic fuel injection. Seriously. That's what it is. Well, it's not electronic fuel, it's electronic fuel delivery. I would imagine it's probably cold gas. Yeah, I mean, Van, with something tiny like this, nitrogen will give you the impulse that you're looking for. For sure. I agree with you. So, that looks like a wastegate right there. There's an internal downcomer on this, obviously. And there's the, right there. Hold on, let me go back over here. So they have LOX up high, so it's LOX RP1. So that means the LOX tank is up high. So the internal downcomer means that metal pipe right there is the LOX pipe, and that red turbo pump is the LOX. I say turbo pumps, they're electric, but so that's LOX. That's the LOX pump over there. That's RP1. And there's definitely, it looks like they teed the oh no. No, am I looking at this wrong? It's hard to say because the resolution is bad. That's on purpose though. They purposely don't want people peeping up their stuff, like exactly what we're doing right now. Yeah, see, there's the 2 pumps. There's the avionics for the engine. I'm gonna guess that's the control board. If I had to throw it out there, I don't know though for sure. It could be anything. Combustion chamber, throat, nozzle. They're definitely moving the prop around here. The question is, do one of these propellant lines go to the gimbals? It's hard to, or go to the actuators. It's hard to say. Jekyll, we're trying to figure that out right now. Is it 3D printed? Yes. Rutherfords are 3D printed, yes. Can you check this? Okay. Yeah, there's your control. Yeah. they've redesigned the gimbals a couple of times. Either that or this is the redesign. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. Are those VGA plugs? I'll bet you it's some aerospace grade component, Van, and these aerospace grade components, the design, it's like spark plugs, man. There's only so many ways you can make a spark plug boot like work, you know? So freaking yeah, it probably is. It's probably something from the 80s if I had to guess. These do look electrical in this picture, and then they might be electrical, guys. Seriously, these might be electric, but it's hard to say. Hey, Ian, the traffic light. What's up? Good job on NSF Live. That's funny. A close-up of that board on their website. Yeah, it is serial. That's hilarious. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm gonna put my money on. My guess is that they use these connectors because they can be screwed in. Aerospace is all serial. Well. Super serial. I knew you were gonna do that. Ian, did you guys discuss Rocket Lab over there on NSF? If so, what do you guys think? We're trying to look at the thrust vector controllers here to see if they're like, I don't even know what type of TVC actuation Electron is using on the second stage, but I'm gonna go ahead and guess that one of those things stuck. I still can't believe where I am right now. Interesting. All right, guys, there's really not enough information here. I'll be honest with you. I don't see enough info. It's hard to say. So I'm going to finish up with watching a couple of ULA videos, and we'll finish up the Starship vids, and we'll go. We were over here with Starship conversation. So these pieces, we saw them brought in, and somebody did an animation thinking of how they're going to mount this thing. Two of them are labeled 485, which is different signaled serial, which makes sense for reliability. Wait, what is this guy saying? This is Blender 3D Creation Eccentric. 4 steel tube components with one larger and 2 with a smaller distance between the plates. Okay. It was, Ian, that was a Geeson idea. He kept saying, hey, look, traffic lights on NSF Live. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. He's like, oh, Ian, the traffic light. I'm like, oh, okay. Nice. You did a good job, dude. Good for you, man. Is this really a possible scenario? See, guys, I look at this, and I'll tell you what, right? That's not very good for structure right there. Having an obtuse angle like that, especially when you're pushing down Having that like that is not structural. In fact, the reason that these are tilted in is to help spread the load. Looks like an afterthought to make it bigger. Why would you want this further off the pad? Just put a flame deflector down there. The engine thrust is directed with an electromechanical thrust vector actuators and 2-axis. Roll control is provided via a cold gas reaction control system. Oh, thank you very much. It's electromechanical, Phil, so... Phil, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and this is a guess. You shouldn't guess. I'm not reporting this as news. I'm thinking somebody forgot to plug in somebody forgot to screw in the serial port for the TVC. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that. Somebody didn't plug it in. But anyway, going back to this, but I think that I'm not sure if this is supposed to be like this. I don't know if Blender has this right, but I think he's throwing his hat into the ring. Like, he doesn't know. Is this really a possible scenario? I'm not sure. Or is plugged and not screwed in and felled out. So, I mean, Tessa, Rocket Guy said, this screams QC. That screams quality control. Somebody didn't plug something in. Or somebody didn't screw something in or torque something to spec. No, not twerk. Torque. You didn't tighten the damn thing. Or didn't put Loctite on it. I'd be going and looking through my processes there, to be honest with you. Look at who signed off on this and try to figure out if that's what happened. SpaceX Mission Control audio is live. Okay. Tell you one thing. That's the case Rocket Lab probably knows already. Agreed, Van. Yeah, it's pretty easy to trace the fault tree like that if it's a QA problem. But then again, QA problems shouldn't be a thing because QA should catch the problems, right? This guy has some more cool animations about the launch tower if you want to look at them. Reagan, you know how like when you see me play KSP and you want to go play KSP, right? Because I'm playing it, right? Or like if you're watching your favorite streamer play a game and you're like, I want to play that game. Going and looking at other people's 3D models makes me want to open up Maya and model this. Like, dude, I could make a model of this launch pad, no problem. It's pretty easy. It wouldn't take very long. Do you gonna cover the Starlink launch? No. Do it, you won't. Maybe if I have some time. Is SpaceX building new Falcon 9s? Only enough to replenish the fleet, Victory. Yeah. Yes, I just said that, the fleet. It's just field replenishment at this point. So if one booster retires, they'll replace it. It's more... okay, this is a good idea from SpaceX, dude. SpaceX is, so they don't have a second stage production area and a first stage production area for fabricating segments. A second stage on a Falcon 9 is just a shorter first stage minus the Octaweb. It's the same thing. That's smart. So you have one assembly line that can crank out first or second stages. That assembly line needs to always crank out a second stage. But now that they have a fleet of first stages, they only sometimes need to crank out a fleet of a first stage, right? If it's a Falcon Heavy core or, you know, a new Block 5 booster, they only need to crank it out every once in a while, but this keeps the production line rolling. I've seen the production line. The barrel segments where they weld together first and second stages is all in the same spot. So yeah, the Falcon 9 production line is still going because they still have to make first stage, they still have to make second stages, and they use the exact same tooling to make the first and second stages. Second stage is just a smaller first stage. Smaller first stage. So yes. I'm really curious how long it takes to build a core from nothing to complete, like a month? So, Van, the thing about industrial engineering is going with demand. And in this case, SpaceX's demand can fluctuate, especially now because they reuse cores, right? So they made a push to replace the Block 4 fleet in 2019. Hawthorne, that factory, that entire factory, 2018 through 2019, made a huge push to replace all the Block 4s with Block 5s so they could start reusing things, right? So at that time, yeah, 3 months. Because you got to remember, dude, the engines, the Merlin 1Ds, it's not just take the Merlin 1Ds, put it in the Falcon 9, and then send it, right? Every Merlin 1D that Hawthorne makes gets driven to McGregor, tested, certified, full duration burn, back to Hawthorne, installed in the OctaWeb, right? Installed on the first stage, and then all that goes back to McGregor. That gets tested, full duration burn, and then they ship it to the launch site, and then they static fire on top of that. It's a hell of a QC process, dude. So yeah, I mean, because they have to ship the engines out, I wouldn't say a month. I'd say a couple of months if they really pushed hard. Is there a risk of the cost per Falcon 9 rising because the line isn't in use? No, the same line produced, Jekyll, the same line that produces first stages produce second stages. It's a way to keep the factory open. Smart. And they have to make a lot of second stages, guys. They have to make a ton of second stages. In fact, I'll bet you that Hawthorne is in overdrive for second stages. Guys, they're launching a Starlink launch almost every week. Think of how many upper stages you need to stockpile and how quickly that factory is producing upper stages. Like, they're launching every week. No. You don't have to worry about that production line being idled in any way, shape, or form. It's in fact, it's probably the busiest it's ever been, if I had to guess. And once again, that production line can, Van, all they got to do is just get the invoice. Oh, we got to build a first stage. There you go. I mean, that's Elon, man. It's smart. That's what he always talks about, scalability. That's what he talks about. That's what he means. By taking the first and second stage and making the second stage just a smaller version of the first stage, because it literally is, they share the same bulkheads. I mean, SpaceX takes common bulkheads to the next level. The only difference between the first and second stage is that it's shorter and the second stage doesn't have an OctaWeb. It has a different thrust structure. That's it. Other than that, it's the same thing. Like, I think the first stage is 5 barrel segments long and the second stage is 1 barrel segment long. Just like Starship, SpaceX in Hawthorne, they have one part of the factory that's just literally cranking out just aluminum sheets. That's it. They crank out an aluminum sheet that's probably, I don't know, 20 feet by 5 with a milled web into it, and then they stamp it out into a brake. Actually, I don't know if they use a milled web on Falcon 9. They might. I forget. It's been a while. And then they just have dudes at Hawthorne at the very back of the factory, believe it or not, on the main production floor. They just have these guys take the aluminum sheets, Van, and then they curve them, and then they just weld them together, and they make a 20-foot barrel segment. And then they have guys making the bulkheads. The bulkheads are on a jig, right, that's stir welded back and forth. It's actually really cool. I've seen it all up close, Van. Devo showed me the factory in 2017. It was crazy. I got to see where they make the barrel segments, where they make all of it. They just basically make a 20-foot segment and they make a cylinder. Just like Starship is cranking out rings at Boca Chica, they just keep making rings. Just keep making rings. Because, once again, Super Heavy and Starship and the GSE tanks now, with this design, are all made on the same assembly line. When Elon talks about scalability, that's what he means. One assembly line that can just change what it needs to make real quick. Ford did the same thing with their mod motors. The Ford modular engine doesn't mean that the engine has modular components. The modular engine, so the 4.6, Van, it got its name because of the factory that can produce it can retool and make 5.4s, 4.6s, 6.2s, 6.0s, and then 6.8, the V10. It can retool in a day because it's a modular assembly line, not a modular motor. Cool, huh? How is the SLS core stage assembled? Actually very similar, Jekyll. Most rockets are made this way. It's true, Sebi. Exclamation point map tactical feed or EJSA mc.ejsa.space. SLS is using milled panels. Tanks just have stringers welded in on the inside. Yeah. Okay, so they're using internal welded stringers like Starship. Yeah, modular. So it's not just about like building a modular product with interchangeable parts amongst anything else. It's about making your assembly line modular as well. I've heard, but I haven't seen it. I've heard that Tesla does this. Tesla has an assembly line that can. They have a mass-produced assembly line. There's an assembly line for the assembly line, and I know it's like, why? It's so the assembly line can it's for bandwidth purposes, basically. The assembly line can be, if demand goes up, like if you're ramping up Model 3 production, they can expand the assembly line or they can contract it. It's a modular assembly line. It's really freaking cool. That's like, yeah, I mean, we always hear Elon talk about scalability, but he doesn't say how he does it. That's how he does it. It's a factory that builds a factory. It's crazy. Yeah, there you go, Sebby. You can just retool. It's pretty smart, man. That's really cool industrial engineering, if you ask me. When you say stringers, do you mean like boat stringers? Yeah, it's an internal ribbing, Goalie. Yeah, like boat stringers. It's really smart. But yeah, guys, once again, they're launching it pretty much every week. We got a Starlink launch happening in a half hour, right? Car factories are awesome, Sebby. It's so cool. And that's, Sebby, don't take this the wrong way. The Germans Daimler invented the automobile, and I get it. And credit where credit is due. But the mass production of automobiles, that's ours. You guys invented a car. We invented building a lot of it. That's why I like Ford so much. Because they innovate. I like that. And that's kind of like why I like German cars too, because they do the same thing. Have you ever seen the Boeing assembly line? Which one? Renton? Everett? Boeing Field? Which one, Jekyll? I haven't seen Everett and Renton. I've seen Boeing Field, where they make the KC-46. Yeah, I've seen that. Everett's insane, Jekyll. I've never been. I would love to. That's awesome. It's so cool. And yeah, that factory is the result of Boeing sinking $2 billion on 747 development. I'd have to say that factory paid for itself a couple of times over. Wouldn't you think? Yeah, smart idea. Guys, you gotta remember, there was a time where Boeing was like SpaceX. Seriously, Boeing used to be the engineers' company, making stuff like Saturn V parts and 747s, and inadvertently the space shuttle. The space shuttle was Rockwell. Rockwell merged with Boeing in '94, but yeah, Boeing used to be the engineers' company, man. I wanna know. Yeah, I've been to the Museum of Flight and stuff, Jekyll, but yeah, it's awesome. 777 was the last great airplane from Boeing. Merging with McDonnell Douglas is what screwed that company. The way McDonnell Douglas was run, guys, was bean counters. Bean counters and bureaucrats. And you could say McDonnell, I'm not trying to knock anything bad, but the McDonnell Douglas Boeing merger in '97 basically happened. Boeing didn't acquire McDonnell Douglas. McDonnell Douglas acquired Boeing and then took their name because better brand recognition. And then they started penny pinching the production lines. And then planes started to fail. McDonnell Douglas, they moved Boeing's HQ from Seattle, where it had been since the company was founded, to Chicago because of a tax break. They started doing penny pinching nonsense like that, and it ruined the company. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Tesla pieces. That's, yeah. McDonnell Douglas and subsequently Boeing now is what happens when you let accountants run the show. And you know what the crazy part is, Tessa? I know a lot of people that work at Boeing that watch this stream, and I'm not trying to talk bad about Boeing. I ain't gonna do that. Freaking, dude, do they have so much talent under that roof, dude? There's so much talent. Boeing could, if Boeing got the right, like, CEO, the right person. So like if there was like another Elon Musk and he was given like total control over Boeing, dude, they have assets that they could mobilize that would literally wipe the floor with SpaceX. Like, oh man, it's yeah. Boeing has so many resources all over the place, dude, everywhere. Like the network of resources is 1,000 times bigger than SpaceX's. They could wipe the floor with the right person leading. Like, it wouldn't even be fair. Mad ad toward Everett in Renton in 2001. The factories were already insane by then. Well, Everett's been there since 1969, Sebi. I mean, Sebi, Boeing took a huge risk on the 747. 740s, they spent $2 billion of development in 1969. That's like the equivalent of spending like $10 billion or something today. It's something ridiculous. Boeing, they put the company name. They almost went out in 1969 with the 747 because they built it, and the 747's wing box on the first prototypes, no, didn't work. And they delayed production by like a year and a half, right, to redesign the wing box. And then, you know, the guy overseeing the project, a guy by the name of Joe Sutter, was like, no, redesign it. Trust me, redesign it. And Boeing almost went bankrupt. Boeing with the 747 was like SpaceX with the Falcon 1. They almost bought the farm. And then they made the first Boeing 747, and yeah, it was genius. I mean, Joe Sutter knocked it out of the park, dude. He was the chief designer on the 747. It is a fantastic plane. Man, did he get that design right. It's unbelievable. Yeah, the 747 was also the first plane to use a high bypass turbofan. That was the big one. High bypass turbofans, no, people had low bypass turbojets before that. You had planes like the Convair 880 and the 990, the DC-8 and the 707. Those were using fighter jet engines, basically. They weren't very efficient. The high bypass fan is what gave that 747 the range.
Discovery,
they were
go
using
and drop.
JT9s. First high bypass turbofan. That changed the industry. So those high bypass JT9s were like Raptors nowadays. Yeah, they're gonna do. I'm telling you, man. Boeing used to be like SpaceX. It's kind of sucks, dude. There's so much talent at that damn company. Demoody, 10-month resub, 14.5 billion in today's money. Something like that, Sebi. In order to get a ducted bypass turbofan to work, you have to take into account that the fan blades will stretch. All right, so if you have a ducted fan, so a fan that's inside of a funnel, basically, or it's inside of a cylinder, right? The fan blades, in order to really get the duct working, you basically need as little tolerance as you can between the fan blade and the cowl, or else the ducted fan it doesn't work. If the blades are too far away, you're not creating the vacuum to accelerate the air out the back. So yeah, the tolerances are insane, even by today's standards. Like, if you look at a turbofan when it's sitting on the ground, you'd see about, like, I don't know, this much length between the cowl and the blade. Thermal expansion, something physics, when the engine's operating, that tolerance goes down to like a couple mil. That's on any turbofan. Any high bypass turbofan. Do you think the Concorde actually had unsolvable safety issues? It operated for 30 years, Jekyll, with no problems. Most planes would encounter some kind of failure if there's a part from another plane that took off, puncturing the tires. A little windy out today? Jim for Boeing CEO when? Oh, Barrack, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, human. Mm-hmm. They have so many resources, man. And I know some of the people that I know that work for that company are the smartest people around, dude. But yeah, anyway. We got a little bit here until the Starlink mission. I'm going to switch us over to Starlink coverage here. And then on the other side of Starlink, there's the Black Brant and then KSP. I'll probably put the Black Brant rocket picture-in-picture, guys, while we're playing KSP. So Starlink, SpaceX Starlink launch coverage. And Lucifer had a 6-month resub. Hey, chat. Did I miss the Rocket Lab chat? Yeah, okay, I already answered that. All right, cool. Moody, good to be back with a 10-month resub. Boeing SpaceX collab. John, once again, you really want my honest opinion?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Bio, Mr. Stroop. Have you got KSP open right now? Can you spare me 2 minutes to confirm something? I don't. Boeing are working with Phantom Works on black projects. That's, once again, Neuro, there's so much talent working for that company I don't think people realize. Boeing could crap on SpaceX, like, badly, if they pulled their head out of the... If management pulled their head out of their tail. Dude, Boeing's been involved in so many different projects over the years. It's unbelievable. SpaceX Stream is online. Heck yeah, man. I agree, Swishio. No need to innovate since they get a steady revenue. Yeah, no, that's penny pinching nonsense. I hate that. That's not a way to run an aerospace company, dude. Because, Swishio, you know good and well from anything that we've seen with anything aerospace, the second you rest on your laurels when you're doing aerospace engineering is the second you're gonna kill someone. Someone's gonna die, or you're gonna make a piece of junk. You're gonna make something that sucks. Don't forget Lockheed, who is acquiring Aerojet Rocketdyne. Hellfish, if you really want my honest opinion, I think Lockheed Martin could bring the X-33 to market right now and make tons of money as a launch provider. But see, here's the thing. I don't think they will, because Lockheed has a joint venture stake in ULA with Boeing. So that's why I don't think they innovate. That's why I don't think they'll bother. SpaceX is live. I gotcha. Just a casual 830 people listening. Yeah, well, hey, I'm glad you guys appreciate what I have to say. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much. That goes for you, lurkers. I appreciate it. Don't worry. I see that you're there. I can tell how busy it is, just how many people are watching just by chat. If chat goes quicker, there's more people in here. I don't have the view count on. I got rid of that a long time ago. What kind of market? Wasn't the X-33 a tech demonstrator? Okay, so Kamir, the right way to say it would be VentureStar, right? VentureStar could be very potent as a launch vehicle, but TB said if it was more cost effective, they would bring back the X-33. Yep. What's up, lurkers? Lurkers are like, stop talking about us, we're lurking. Yeah, Helvish. Yeah, and that's what I mean. You know, you rest on your laurels. Yeah, kind of sucks. Thanks, Sebi. What's this launch's flight path? Northeast, mile high, aiming for a 54-degree inclined orbit. It's either 54 or 56. Please don't talk about me. All right. If Starship is cheap enough, will it ever threaten ULA's military contracts? No, I don't think so, Jekyll. Everybody thinks that it will, but it won't. No, absolutely not. Even if Starship could get down to $1 per launch, still won't. You know why? Redundant, dissimilar architecture. The Air Force and the Space Force by proxy learned really well why you don't want one launch vehicle doing all your work, launching all your spy satellites into space in 1986. They'll never do it again. They'll never do it again. There will always be two. For what's called, the Air Force and the Space Force call it assured access to space. There was always going to be two. Starship could be 10% of a Vulcan's launch. Doesn't matter. Still going to be two. SpaceX is showing the intro. Are they, W? All right. Yes, it will, Barak.
10, 9, 8.
Side booster ignition.
6, 5.
What is the max winds Falcon 9 can lift off? I'm not sure, Bloody. My buddies down in Florida are telling me that it's a little windy today. I'm pretty sure SpaceX wouldn't even turn on the cast if they weren't at least sure of a launch.
Good evening. It's Saturday, May 15th, and you're looking at a live view of Falcon 9 as it awaits its 6:56 p.m. Eastern Time launch from pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center. My name is Kate Tice, a senior certification engineer here at SpaceX, joining you from our headquarters in Hawthorne, California. You're watching a live webcast for our 28th Starlink mission and our 15th mission of this year. If you've been following Starlink development, then you know that Starlink is a constellation of multiple satellites that orbit the planet at about 550 kilometers and have the potential to service the entire globe. Because Starlink doesn't rely on traditional ground infrastructure, it's ideally suited for areas of the globe where connectivity has typically been a challenge or non-existent, rural or remote communities. Tonight's launch also marks the second SpaceX rideshare mission of 2021. So instead of the 60 Starlink satellites we typically launch, tonight we'll reduce that number to 52 Starlink satellites to make room for 2 payloads from our customers, Capella Space and Tyvak. Capella Space is launching a synthetic aperture radar, or SAR, satellite into low Earth orbit to join its growing constellation of 24/7 all-weather Earth observation satellites. Capella's automated systems collect very high-resolution, high-speed imagery of the planet's surface. Following deployment on SpaceX's Transporter-1 mission earlier this year, the Capella constellation covered breaking global events at night and through clouds, including the Ever Given's blockage of the Suez Canal and the recent volcanic eruption on St. Vincent. Once fully commissioned, each additional satellite provides Capella's government and commercial customers with more capacity and increasingly timely SAR data. SpaceX offers multiple launch opportunities each month for small satellites to ride to space on existing low Earth orbit missions, and we're excited to have both Capella Space and Tyvak along for the ride tonight. We're currently approaching the T-minus 10-minute mark from liftoff, so with that, let's take a closer look at the rocket on your screen.
I'm Ian McCullough, a sourcing manager here at SpaceX. You're looking at a live view of Falcon 9.
Ian?
Our 2-stage launch vehicle stands about 70 meters tall, and when it is fully fueled, it'll hold just over 1 million pounds of propellant that the vehicle will burn through in less than 3 minutes after liftoff. The bottom two-thirds of the vehicle is the first stage. Tonight will be its 8th flight and 4th flight of the year so far. The stage's maiden flight was the Crew Demo 2 about a year ago. Since then, it supported the Anasis 2 mission, CRS-21, Transporter-1, and 3 other Starlink missions. Its objective is to accelerate the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere to space and then separate from the rest of the rocket. Once the first stage separates from the second stage, it will make its way back to Earth and target a landing on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You.
Devil, you see that?
To give some perspective, our drone ships are the equivalent of the size of a football field, and the landing area is approximately 200 feet by 150 feet. That's big enough that a hockey rink could fit inside of it. If successful, it will mark our 84th recovery of an orbital class rocket. Above the first stage is the second stage, which has a single Merlin vacuum or MVAC engine that ignites after the first stage separates. At full power, the Merlin vacuum engine operates with the greatest efficiency for an American-made hydrocarbon rocket engine. The second stage is what will carry our Starlink satellites to orbit.
Sure, Tree, why not?
At the top of the rocket, you'll also notice a large nose cone. This is called the fairing. The fairing houses the Starlink satellites and protects them until the vehicle is outside of the Earth's atmosphere, at which point the fairing separates to expose the satellites to space. Today, we will be using a flight-proven fairing, and this will be the second flight for each fairing. And we'll be attempting to recover each from the water today with our recovery vessel, Sheila Bordelon. Lastly, the large truss structure you see there is the Transporter Erector, or TE. We use it to roll the rocket out to the pad and raise it to its vertical launch position. The TE also routes the vehicle's fluids, power, and telemetry umbilicals from the ground systems to the rocket and satellites until F9 goes on internal power and clears the pad. At liftoff, it will retract in order to clear the way for Falcon 9's ascent. At T-minus 8 minutes, let's take a look at how we're progressing in the countdown.
The chief engineer held a technical poll at T-minus 1 hour, and the launch director held a propellant load and launch go, no-go poll at T-minus 38 minutes.
The worm's on the other side,
Falcon 9 has been loading propellant since T-minus 35 minutes. Our fuel is a refined form of kerosene known as Rocket Propellant 1, or RP1. Our oxidizer is a super chilled liquid called LOX. We chill it well below the boiling point, which densifies the LOX so we can load more of it into Falcon 9. We've also begun helium loading. The vehicle uses helium gas as a pressurant in the fuel and LOX tanks. As the Merlin engine pumps pull RP1 and LOX out of the tanks, we fill that empty volume, known as the ullage, with helium that's heated up by the engines. Heating the helium helps expand it to fill the propellant tanks. And to make sure that startup goes well, we also perform what's called engine chill. Right about now, at T-minus 7 minutes, we're flowing a small amount of that super chilled liquid oxygen into the 9 Merlin engine turbopumps. We do this to avoid any thermal shock to the system when the full flow of super chilled LOX hits the prop system. The vehicle is healthy and we're currently tracking no issues. The range is green to support, and as for weather, beautiful shot there of our launch site. It's a gorgeous day in Florida. We were predicted 70% favorable conditions for launch. Main concerns being liftoff winds and cumulus clouds around the launch site, as well as recovery zone winds, but everything is looking in bounds for now. So all systems continue to be go for a liftoff at 6:56 p.m. Eastern Time. If for some reason we don't get to launch today, we have a backup opportunity tomorrow at 6:34 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, stage 1 rocket propellant.
Today, more than 18 million Americans live in areas without access to high-speed internet. For many communities...
All right, Starlink services under purpose areas. Sorry, wind is blowing from the northeast. Okay, so if they're flying into the wind gully, it's not going to be bad. It's not a crosswind. Oh, look at Eclair. No, I know that's not how you say that. Right, anyway, so does anyone know what the Super Heavy launch tower will look like and how it will detach? Jekyll, okay, so you're confusing different types of integration equipment, okay? So your launch umbilical towers are not transporter erectors, okay? So what's the difference? The TE, right, that's a transporter erector. So the transporter erector is vertical right now, but that thing turns horizontal and then it rolls down the pad into the horizontal integration facility, and then they have a hangar where they pick Falcon 9 up and they put it on there, okay? That is used for what's called horizontal integration. Basically, horizontally integrated rocket, you're building the rocket sideways. Saturn V used vertical integration, okay? The reason why, literally, is because of weight. If you have a structure or a vehicle that's 300 feet tall or about 100 meters tall, which is about how tall the Saturn V is, it'd be like trying to take a skyscraper, building it sideways and then turning it upright. You don't want to do that. They built the Saturn V vertically by stacking first stage on the pad first, second stage, third stage, and then rolling the entire launch pad to 39. That now, because you're doing it that way, you need a launch umbilical tower. So the Saturn V had all those hooks. Those are vent lines and fuel lines for the second, third stage lander and CSM, right? You wouldn't have something like a transporter erector for Saturn V because it's really big. The Russians did do that with their moon rocket, and the transporter is bigger than the dang drone ship. It's huge. So it's easier to put the rocket together that way. But once again, the reason why they had a fixed tower, so the LUT for the Saturn V, is because of the way the rocket is put together. Now, this thing right here, Falcon 9 uses a TE. That's the white truss structure on the right of the rocket. The thing with the holders. What that thing does is it works as a strong back for the rocket, because rockets, it's like a cradle for the thing, right? And when they turn it upright, it just basically keeps the rocket straight, because rockets are really only designed to... They're built like a skyscraper, basically. Like, if you tried to take a skyscraper and use it as a bridge, it's not going to work very well. Like, can you imagine, like, taking the Empire State Building and knocking it over across the Grand Canyon? It's not going to work very well. So that's the cradle for it, is a strong back for it, okay? Now, Falcon 9 doesn't have any launch umbilicals, right? That come off of the fixed service structure on the right. It doesn't have any of that. The reason why is because the umbilicals are inside of the strong back. You'll see they'll do a TE purge here in a moment, getting all the plumbing, the gas, and liquid oxygen and RP1. Yep, see what I'm talking about? There it is. Well, there's one of them that actually should have been a little bit later. But either way, the reason why you'd have the transporter erector over a launch umbilical tower, over a fixed service structure, or a mobile service structure is how you put the rocket together. Did you see it sway? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, Zeph, I got a new haircut. Yeah, Zahada, me too. Yeah, maybe, King. What was that venting from the interstage? It wasn't coming from the interstage. That was a TE purge.
To look gorgeous.
Super Heavy is vertically integrated, Jekyll. Yes. They're basically going to stack Super Heavy right on that orbital launch pad and then pick Starship up and put that thing right on top of it. And get this, I don't think Starship is going to have any umbilicals. It's not even a strong back. I'm pretty sure that once again, EJ's wild speculation, so just bear with me. I think they're going to have a fuel line going through Super Heavy up to Starship. So there's no side umbilicals or anything. So Starship should just look like it's sitting on the pad, and that's it. Reach's story is actually decent, pretty decent thus far. You're playing Halo Reach? Right on. You should read the book.
Discovery, go at throttle
The
up.
stuff venting right now seems to be O2 for an O2 vent. Why? Why would you want an O2 vent? Okay, over there, that's water coming off the water tower, just in case anybody is asking. That means that the sound suppression system is primed. They shoot water off at the pad to make sure that the sounds from the rocket don't damage the rocket. 52 satellites, ISMIC, 2 rideshare satellites. Tip of the fairing has thermal protection systems on it. Hypersonic, thank you very much for streaming these launches with the enthusiasm. Sure. Yeah, right on, man. Demon, 53-month resub. Thank you. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, Jekyll, I could get more into it after, but I got to kind of hurry this up because we got 50
This means
seconds.
that the autonomous flight computer has taken over the launch count.
Okay, so you'll see second stage gas close out here in a second. You'll see this thing start shooting gawks off the side.
Falcon 9, Starlink LDs go for launch.
Okay, launch director is saying he's go. So the windage clearly isn't a problem.
All right, there we heard our launch director.
Builder, these vents here are the vent lines for the O2 tanks. The liquid oxygen tanks have propellant in there at very high pressure at very low temperature, so they boil.
Discovery, go
So
at
you
throttle
got to
up.
keep topping it off until the very end when you close the vents, just like they just did a second ago.
To space.
And sit back, relax, guys, and enjoy the launch. Here we go. 8 flights for this
10,
booster.
9, 8, 7, 6,
Sound suppression
5,
should turn on.
4, 3, 2, 1,
Ignition.
0. Ignition. And liftoff.
All right, we're committed. Here we go. Oh, that's awesome. I love that camera.
Falcon 9 is pitching downrange.
All right, we flying today. Here we go. Okay, roll program. See the rockets rolling? Basically what it's doing is it's finding the right track into space, so it's going to roll to orient itself so the antennas on the rocket are pointed downwards, amongst other things. Yeah, everything looks real good here. Yeah, it's amazing.
As you can see, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from the historic launch pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center, carrying our stack of Starlink satellites and 2 ride shares into orbit. We throttle the engines down in preparation for max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure. This is the largest structural load that the vehicle sees during
supersonic.
This is the largest structural load that the vehicle sees during ascent, so slowing the vehicle down helps during that short period.
You should just be able to see the shuttle landing facility over there.
All right,
there
we
is.
heard
See
the
the
call
runway?
out that we reached max Q. In about a minute, we're going to have 3 events happening back to back. First will be main engine
awesome,
cutoff, or as you'll hear it called
I did,
out,
Mason,
MECO. This is where all 9 M1D engines shut off
Right,
and
Sneaky?
slow the vehicle down in preparation for the second event, stage separation.
I mean, Sneaky, how do you think I feel?
As
I've
the name
walked right where
suggests,
rocket
this
launched.
is where the
Well,
first
more or
stage
less.
separates from the second stage, with stage 1 starting to make its way back to Earth for landing on our
Started.
while stage 2 continues its journey with the third event,
Nice.
SES-1, or Second Engine Start 1.
So,
This is where MVAC will light up and begin to propel the second stage along with the Starlink and 2 rideshare satellites into orbit. So just a few seconds ago, we heard the call out that MVAC chill has begun.
During the mission.
That's the same
Yep.
thing as what I described prior to liftoff for the M1.
So once again, these guys are burning radial out again. So you see how the flames are a little bit different on the bottom than they are on the top? That means the rocket is going this way, but it's pointed up. It's kind of doing a drift up into space. What basically, the reason they're doing that is that SpaceX is trying to stretch as much performance out of that first stage as possible. Casper, everything looked fine there.
So there we can see that the engine.
Stage separation confirmed.
Okay, watch for ignition here. There should be a little ring that comes off of the engine after ignition. Don't worry, that's normal.
All right, so on the left-hand side of your screen,
There it goes.
we got the first stage. And the second, on the right-hand side, the second stage, and there we heard call out MVAC ignition. We can see that nozzle begin to develop a lovely orange glow as Earth rotates in the background.
Look, you still see the coast of Florida out there.
And on the left-hand side, we got first stage deploying the grid fins in preparation for the drone ship landing. In just a few seconds, we're going to have fairing deploy.
You'll see the fairing. It'll be over.
Love that view of MVAC.
All right, there we go. Ready?
And there's our first view
pop.
inside the payload fairing.
Confirmed.
There we have
Look good.
visual and call out there that fairing separation
Should
has
see the
occurred.
fairing over here. There it is.
As a reminder, we will be attempting to recover those fairing halves
King.
today with our recovery ship, Sheila
sneak in.
Bordelon. And of course, we're going to be recovering the first stage with our drone ship.
Why is the stiffener ring so important to me, Swishio? Because if I don't address it, I'll get 1,000 questions asking me what came off the engine. Yeah, that's why I always talk about the stiffener ring. There's a metal ring that they put on this engine to make sure that it doesn't vibrate around when you're going up into space on the first stage. Vibrations are your enemy with rockets. Rocket engines are really loud, and they make crazy amounts of vibrations. Like the whole rocket's basically in a paint shaker when the engine's on. So you got to be very careful with that. They don't want any resonant vibrations wobbling that nozzle around inside of the interstage and having it hit something. So the rocket engine rides in a track, and it has a stiffener ring, Swishio, and that stiffener ring ensures that when the thing gets pushed away from the stage, that the engine doesn't weeble wobble around and hit something. So over here, you
If
can
you're
see,
just catching up with us,
okay, Ian. You can see the attitude control system. Thrusters fire, the ACS, which is
Discovery, go at throttle
it's
up.
using cold gas nitrogen. Basically, they're steering the first stage in and reorienting the stage for landing, for the most part. They're pointing it in the direction where it's going to need to be to come down near the drone ship. They can't use the grid fins up there because there's no air. I mean, that first stage is up in space. It's 62 miles that way. Actually more. It's more. So that's what, like 380,000 feet or something? Or the Kármán line. It's 100 kilometers up. These are the vent lines for priming the second stage engine before ignition. When they turn the second stage engine on, they got to run cool propellants in. So the vent line right there was connected to those little wires inside of the first stage. Yeah, the telemetry's over there. Sorry, it's right behind me. There you go, Torby. Right on. How are you?
as it makes its return to Earth. They orient the rocket during re-entry and guide the rocket during descent. Occasionally, you'll also see some white puffs. These are nitrogen gas bursts for attitude adjustment and control.
I already said that, Ian. It's not, Jekyll, it's not so much that drone landings are better. The name of the game with rocket science is how much rocket you have on how much fuel you have on your rocket and how much rocket you have on your rocket. So, if they're moving, long story short, if they're moving a heavier payload, the rocket needs to use fuel to push that heavier payload up into space, and that fuel that they would use to turn the first stage around and come back is used to push that heavier payload up into space. So that's why they do drone ship landings. There's the supersonic retropropulsion. They're firing the first stage engine here to slow the stage down. Obviously, you see it decelerating like crazy. But what this also does is basically any re-entry effects that you'd get from, not effects.
And stage 1, entry burn, shutdown.
Any re-entry heating that you'd get on the first stage gets literally pushed out of the way by the rocket engines down there. That's the heat shield for the Falcon 9's first stage. You know, it's like it doesn't have a heat shield. It doesn't have tiles like the space shuttle or whatever. No, SpaceX uses the engine shooting gases out to push any plasma away from the booster. Supersonic retropropulsion. It's pretty awesome. Are those airliners down in the clouds? Nah, not likely. They wouldn't be flying around where the rocket's coming in. You can see that it's starting to get back into the atmosphere. If it looks like this, the grid fins are doing this, it's because they're starting to hit the air.
Seconds.
Maybe, pilot. Supersonic retropropulsion.
Stage 1 is transonic.
Okay, so now these things should
Got a great
really
view of
start
both
turning.
the first stage re-entering into the Atlantic and stage 2 as it continues on a nominal orbit.
So the grid fins are steering it in, and I know what you're gonna ask. Why do they look like waffle irons? Well, they're basically a control surface that's designed for going way faster than an airplane's control surface. That's why they look all like waffle irons, because just a regular rudder.
Stage 1 landing burn has started.
There we go. Here's the landing burn.
Start of stage 1. As a reminder, we may lose coverage of the vehicle as it attempts to land on the drone ship.
Okay, bringing her down. Oh. Okay, Gridfin's really doing work here. Landing legs.
Landing legs have deployed.
Landing leg deployed.
Stage 2 FTS.
On the left-hand side of the screen, got a beautiful view of a successful landing. This marks our 84th successful recovery of an orbital-class rocket and the 6th recovery of this particular booster.
Oh. That's hot. That's real nice.
Tico.
I like that a lot.
And there we had second engine cutoff 1, or SECO 1.
Did you guys see it compensate for the wind? It looked like it was gonna come off to the side, and it was compensating, and then it turned into the wind and landed at the last second. Oh my god.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And there the team confirmed good orbit. Now, stage 2 is going to coast in this orbit for the next 45 minutes or so. While that happens, take a look at this animation showcasing where we are in the coast phase. We'll see you back here at T plus 54 minutes for a second stage relight and the deployment of our 2 ride shares on board today.
Did we know re-entering the atmosphere would make things get hot before we sent people up into space? I'm not sure, Sirius. Probably not. Blows my mind every freaking time. Yep. What's the minimum speed for the Gridfins? Well, they're hypersonic control surfaces, C-22. They'll still work. They'll still work in the subsonic regime, sure. They'll work. They're just designed to work at high speed as well as low speeds, right? You saw how much they were moving. I'd say minimum probably like 100 miles an hour. So they're working pretty much like to the last couple of seconds before the rocket lands, and then once it gets below 100 miles an hour, or what is that, like 35, 40 meters a second, then it's all gimbal from there. Yeah, 10 minutes from Florida to Canada, dude. It's pretty crazy. If the rocket, if unguided, is meant to miss, that way the Gridfins don't work. If the Gridfins don't work, they save the ship, so it'll always look like it's about to miss. Yeah, but there was a lot of windage compensating there, Slushy. You saw it from the Gridfins doing this. They were doing that way more than they usually do. Yeah, and I know. Falcon Heavy Center Core from the first test flight is a good example of that. Can you tell us what's flipping around on the left side at T plus 355? Let me take a look. $355. I don't see anything. Far left? Far left. Okay, over here. That's solid nitrogen, guys. The reason why that's going on is because you're outgassing nitrogen. You're outgassing compressed nitrogen into a vacuum. So when you basically decompress gas into a vacuum, well, one, when you decompress stuff, when you decompress gases, they get really friggin' cold. And then you're depressing into a vacuum, so it solidifies. Yeah, it goes right from gas to solid because vacuum. It's solid nitrogen. It's not ice. It's solid nitrogen because they're using nitrogen thrusters. Yeah, you'll see them coming off from here and over here, and then you'll see solid oxygen come off the vent lines on the Merlin 1D when they go to restart it. Yeah, see these little vent lines right there? Yeah, you'll see it build up solid nitrogen. But yeah, you're outgassing or solid oxygen on the engine. On the first stage, it's solid nitrogen. You're taking gas at really high pressure, right, and then immediately depressing it into a vacuum. It'll freeze instantly because there's no pressure up there. It'll just brick. Flying left to right diagonal at 525. Let's see. Guys, those are bits of solid nitrogen. Planes would not be moving that fast over the surface, dude. Those are just, I'm telling you, they're just bits of solid nitrogen because the booster was like this at separation. So if this is the second stage, the booster's like this. And then they use the ACS to turn the booster like that to come in for a landing because it has to fly business end first into the atmosphere. What you're seeing is just solid nitrogen. Aren't those clouds? No, it's solid nitrogen. You know what? I'll just say what chat wants. It's aliens. I'll just say what you guys want to hear. It's aliens. All right. Yep. Not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. That's what you want to hear, right? I'll just say it was aliens. You guys we'll just go with aliens. I knew it! I knew it! It's just aliens. Screw it, whatever. You know, I'm going to explain exactly how this thing works. And then tell you it was alien. Not saying it was alien. Well, sometimes people ask, is such a thing even possible? Well, yes it is. Yes it is. All right. So yeah, see the grid fins are still doing work here, Dragon Slush. You see what I'm talking about? And it's definitely windy, dude. You could tell. Oh man, that stuck the landing real good. Real good. I want to see this camera. That camera's so crisp, dude, but it always conks out. Grid fins work very well in the subsonic regime as well and in supersonic. However, in transonic conditions, the shockwave moves most of the air around the grid fin, producing drag instead of control authority. Yeah, okay.
Discovery,
so, best case scenario, control surface. Worst case scenario, stabilizers. Order, 70-month resub. Hands up. No, it's good. Can I see that landing one more time? So, once again, the thing's coasting right now, but... and make it look so easy. Falcon 9's 150 feet tall. And, yeah, it's 3.7 meter core stage, which is just... alright. I mean, that's pretty dang close to center. And it's definitely windy. You see the white caps, dude. If you look at this camera, see, so like for the people that if you don't know sailing too well or anything, see all the white pieces of chop in the water? Those are called white caps. Usually wind. White caps happen when you get wind. Lots of wind. Look at the deck. There's some fresh paint on there. Yep. Is that me missing stuff, or did we have a continuous video for the booster? It was pretty continuous all the way down. It's crazy, human. Yep. The fins stop moving at 120 kilometers if data and video is synced. Julia, for the most part, yeah. So 120 kph is what, 70 miles an hour? Somewhere in there? Nice, Shatter. I saw a comment on an article about Starlink, and it said that Starlink is a global solution for an American problem. It sounded kind of ignorant, but who knows? Yeah, because if you're in Europe, you're not allowed to use Starlink, right, Access? I don't know, man. That seems like somebody with an axe to grind, don't you think? Yeah, someone. That's why it's like, yeah, because nobody lives in the sticks in the rest of the world, right? Like, man, people make some weird connections, dude. You can get it in the UK. No, Starlink is coming to Italy in a few months. It was a joke, you moron. Come on, Swish. Come on, man. That was a freaking... I was kidding. Seriously? No, it's dumb. Like, yeah, no, it's a global solution to an American problem. Okay, yep. Because everyone else in the world has perfect internet everywhere at all times, right? Like, okay. All right. Oh, dear. Okay, so we're in the coast right now. Are we seeing the thrusters from A Course I Still Love You kick up foam under the boat, or just waves hitting the side of the barge? Let me go take a look. Let me back it up a little bit. Let's see if the thrusters on the drone ship are working.
Stage 1 landing burn has started.
At a start of stage 1. As a reminder, we may lose coverage of the vehicle as it attempts to land on the drone ship.
Well, considering, Rocket Guy, that wind goes in one direction, right? Considering there's waves on both sides of the ship, I'm going to go ahead and say that, yes, the azimuth thrusters on that ASDS are firing. And you can see them. That one's a wave splashing. See that one? That's a wave splashing on the drone ship.
Landing.
Let's back it up a little bit. Yeah, I think so. Especially the bottom left thruster. Does Falcon 9 track the drone ship? It uses radar, Jekyll. There's a downward-facing radar on the bottom of Starship that's looking for a radar reflective surface. So, the drone ship is metal, so metal reflects radar pretty well. We know that. Water does not. I mean, it does to an extent, but it's looking for the variation as well. Like, this is clearly where the drone ship is. That's how it finds it. So, and the cool thing is that Falcon is using radar to find the drone ship, and the drone ship is using GPS to stay in position. It's kind of funny. You'd think it was... You think they would just both use GPS, right? No. Falcon 9 just looks for where it needs to land. That's all. I said Starship. I meant Falcon 9, but Starship will probably do the same thing for what it's worth, but you know what I meant. Yeah, I got it, Phil. Yeah, I mean, Starship's gonna be crazy. Yeah, GPS isn't exact enough. Yep. So I mean, Rocket Guy, you know, let's take a look at it again.
Land on the drone ship.
Cause like, look, okay, the waves crashing up against this thing, right, would be like it would look like a fan out, right? That doesn't look like that's what we're seeing here. It looks like that's constant. You see that's constant movement? See, that's a wave crashing against the drone ship right there. Right? You know, because the thruster for it is right here. I think the two aft thrusters on the drone ship are moving just a little bit. I mean, there's nothing real relative to be able to find it, but to be able to see that for sure, but
Stage 2 FTS.
that's pretty freaking cool, man. Then how does it do an RTLS landing when the landing pads are on land and on flat land? The paint on the landing pads, Ren, is radar reflective material. Basically there's metal flake in the paint. Seriously, go look at the landing sites. If you want to go look at the landing sites, here we can do that. I can show you. I mean, I don't know if there's metal flake in the paint for sure. It just said something to help it register. But so the landing site is over here at the former Complex 13. It's right there. And they don't have the photogrammetry update. There we go. See the paint? It's hard to see it, like if you're looking at it, like if they have the camera looking here, but you see where the concrete is, and then there's painted concrete. I wonder if Starship is using terrain relative. Maybe. Black LZ1 looked better. Yeah, see. They painted it with the exact same paint as the drone ship in that shot. I think they painted them different colors here for the Falcon Heavy boosters so they knew what to look for, but that's just the theory. I don't know that for sure. Yeah, sure, Hellfish. Keep rooting for bad hockey teams. That's fine. I think they do, Phil, but I'm not sure. Here, let's go back up to live and see where we're at. So it's over Central Europe now. I agree, Rocky Guy, especially out in the ocean. There's aluminum flakes in the paint. Scott fixed the camera angle. It's crazy. More Starlink? Yeah, this was another Starlink launch, guys. Oh yeah, Swishio? Yeah, roundabout. First stage landed. You want to see it again? Check this out, dude. We had uninterrupted footage all the way down, dude.
At a start of stage 1.
I mean, look at the vibrations from the rocket engines, dude. It's crazy. Even this high up on the stack, the grid fins are still like. Look at this, dude. In rough seas too, which is just crazy to me.
Landing light deployed.
And dude, it's like dead center. It's not even.
On the left-hand side of the screen, got a beautiful view of a.
It's not even. That is dead center. Like that's a. It looks like it's shifted maybe a little bit towards the text, just a little bit, but that's about as precise as you can get with one of these things. You know, when I first heard SpaceX or Elon Musk say that they were going to catch the Super Heavy starships. When they were going to catch Starship's first stage, I'm like, it's not precise enough. But every time I see a Falcon 9 land, keep in mind, guys, that one landed into the wind. And I know that it goes out over the drone ship on purpose in case something breaks, so it just crashes into the water, right? But it's still windy. You can really tell, like, because of the white caps in the water, right? So that thing landed in windy conditions, and it was pretty close to dead center. The last one before that, yeah, that one wasn't accurate, but the one before that was spot on. Mile High, I was able to hear the sonic boobs on re-entry burn all the way from Daytona Beach. That's awesome. That was so cool, but what were you hearing? You were hearing the engines and the grid fins breaking the sound barrier, Mile High. It's downward-facing radar, Neuro. I'm pretty sure, but, I mean, yeah. So you got to see a huge line of what could have been it's Starlink. We were standing in the center. How common are those? You saw 2 Starlink trains crossing each other. That's cool. Swear jar. What did I say? Sorry, I'm going fast. Sonic boobs. Nice. Falcon 9 uses GPS in rover mode when the drone ship is using GPS in base station mode. This way, they easily have centimeter precision. Yeah, yeah. Adam, yeah, exactly. That's what I said originally. I'm pretty sure it's downward-facing radar, dude. There's some kind of in the octaweb down low. There's a downward-facing radar that's looking for that drone ship. It's looking for metal out in the middle of the ocean. Did they recover the fairings? The fairings are probably still coasting down, Twine. We won't know for sure probably until tomorrow. Yeah, 1600 sats. These Starlinks will maintain the same orbital inclination? Yeah, of course. Yeah, it maintains the same orbital inclination, Swishio, but the Earth spins underneath it while it's orbiting, so that dude, guys, it's literally to the point where on a clear night, if you look up and wait long enough, you'll see Starlinks flying over. There's almost 1,500 satellites up there. Morgan is freaking awesome. Your pictures are great, man. I heard a mini boom on the other side of Orlando. You probably heard a car's exhaust or something, T-Man. On the other side of Orlando, you're way too far away. I can't see this from Istanbul. Why? It's dark, Bozzard. There's no light shining on it. So, guys, if you want to see a spacecraft, right? The spacecraft has to be flying over your house either at dawn or at dusk. That's the real only time you could see it. Because the spacecraft is what? 300 kilometers that way, right? It's 300 kilometers straight up. Now, like, it has to be just, the sun has to just go down or the sun has to just be coming up, because the rocket will be high enough to have the sun shining on it, but where you are, you're not, right? You wouldn't see it right now, Bozzard, because you're looking up at a dark sky and the rocket doesn't have any lights on it, you know? Yeah, Bozzard, it would need to be a little bit... I mean, it's early over there for you, dude. Jeez. Real early in the morning, man. I saw DM2 fly over your house. There you go. If you knew where to look with a telescope, you could see geosynchronous satellites right now. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, this stuff's low. If the satellite was high enough, right, the sun would be shining on it. That's exactly right. So, I mean, a lot of people, at night, you see satellites that are in Molina orbits or lightning orbits, and they look like they go across the night sky and then change direction because the orbit is eccentric. But parts of the Molina orbit goes really, really high up. So, where the satellite is, the sun's shining right on it. But down where we are, like if you're looking straight up at it, it's nighttime, right? So the satellite, you know, because of the orbit, will go like this. It'll go up and then it'll change direction and go down. A lot of people mistake those for UFOs all the time, but it's just satellites in Molina orbit. Sounds right, Neuro. It's Molina orbit. I know. That's what I said. Lightning orbits, man. Yeah, it all comes down to lighting conditions, guys. How would SpaceX replace a single Starlink on one inclination? Is a dedicated launch feasible? Bugagoy, if I'm thinking about this right, so the answer is I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea how, if one Starlink satellite went down, how would they replace it? My guess is that each inclination, right, or each orbit that a set of Starlink satellites is in, right? If one fails, the other satellites will probably automatically space out. And then when they get spaced too far apart, that's when you launch a replenishment mission. You deorbit the ones that you have. So there's deorbit the ones, like when that ring gets sparse enough, you launch the other ones, deorbit the old ones, and send the new ones up. What's the difference between eccentricity and elliptical again? Eccentricity is how elliptic your orbit is, Beer. More eccentricity in your orbit, and keep in mind eccentricity works on from 0 to 1. If your eccentricity is beyond 1, you're leaving the planet that you're orbiting around. The eccentricity is a measurement of how elliptical your orbit is. So 0 eccentricity is a perfect circle. 0.5 eccentricity is an ellipse, and 1 eccentricity is gone. Yeah, a tiny bit, lulz, but it's probably to a point where it's not that big of a deal. Apparently, it's pretty easy to move between planes. Iridium moved their next satellites between planes, which amazed me. That's pretty cool. And knowing SpaceX, Phil, it's probably all automated. How will these spacing burns affect the connection? They won't, Swishio, because you're not getting the signal from just one line, dude. Here, I'll show you. You're not getting the connectivity from just one line. Here, take a look. This is what we're talking about here. Satellites spacing out on one orbital track, you ain't gonna notice the difference. Maybe a negligible blip on latency if you're in a certain spot, but yeah, that's what we're talking about here. Starlink, guys, is gonna be like 3,000 satellites, dude. Yeah, here's a little nicer picture to look at. Here's another picture. Switchio, you wouldn't notice a difference because there would be other satellites going this way, that way. Like, say you're right here, you don't need to get connection from just this. You could get connection from there or there. Say you're directly over the track, you'd get connection from Starlink satellites going that way. You know what, Sebi? I'll be honest with you. I've lost track. I know it's some ridiculous number. Starlinks are, yeah, crazy. Well, GPS is in a lot higher orbit, and there's a lot less satellites, Sim. GPS satellites, global positioning, well, GPS systems are medium Earth orbit, so a 12-hour orbital period, and I think they're 60 degrees inclined, 6 satellites per orbit, so 60 degrees inclined, 6 satellites per orbit, 6 different orbits, so there's 36 of them. Yeah, yes, same idea. You're right. In fact, GPS was the first really big satellite constellation. That was the first big one. Absolutely, Arsenal. Yep. The FCC has approved up to 12,000. There you go. GPS is 54.5. Yeah, Clembo, that sounds right. It's somewhere up in the 50s and the 60s.
Discovery,
or something.
go at throttle up.
30, what's up, man? 5-month resub. Don't the ion engines use electromagnetism to shoot out the krypton? Maybe they'll interfere with... No. They run an electrical arc through gas, and the ionized gas is what gets expelled. No. Starlink base station is a civilian AESA radar, but used for data, not aircraft detection. Yeah, it's a phased array antenna. Yeah, Switchio, no. Yeah, it's... Think of it, so what's coming out of those ion engines, Switchio, is like what comes out of the sun, right? There's some light that comes out of the sun, but there's also some ions that come out of the sun in the form of solar winds. Those are two different things. Yeah, they're not going to mess with the antennas. Plus, Starlink satellites from Starlink to Starlink don't use antennas. They use fiber optic. Lasers, man. For bandwidth purposes. Because you can beam fiber optics through space really easily. You don't need a cable to do it. You could just shine a light, basically, and that light can have data inside of it. The satellites basically are just playing laser tag up there. Flyboy, 14-month resub. Wallops is live, but I expect to scrub. Alright, Hydra, keep us in the loop. That's just optics. Your optics. Fight me. Alright. Where and when? What is the difference between a Molina orbit and a Tundra orbit? I don't know what a Tundra orbit is, Justin, to be honest with you. I'd have to go look. Molina orbit is a highly inclined, highly eccentric orbit that has 3/4 of the orbital period in the northern hemisphere. The Russians use them for communications. I forget what a Tundra orbit is. Actually, that's a great idea. But I ain't fighting you. Why would I fight you?
position a signal, Diego Garcia.
All right, Diego Garcia. Yeah, it did the shift again, but because it's because the telemetry updated. Tundra orbits are cool, man. So, let me read. Highly elliptical geosynchronous orbit with a high inclination, approximately 63.4, and an orbital period of one sidereal day, and a typical eccentricity between 0.2 and 0.3. The satellite placed in this orbit spends most of its time over a chosen area, Earth, a phenomenon known as the apogee dwell, which makes them particularly well suited for communications serving high latitude regions. Round track of a satellite in a tundra orbit is a closed figure eight with a small loop in either the northern or southern hemisphere. This differentiates from Molina orbits designed to service high latitude regions, which have the same inclination but half the period and do not loiter over a single region. So tundra orbit sounds like it's halfway between a Molina orbit and halfway between geosynchronous. That's really cool. Yeah, this is a rideshare mission play. There's 2 small sats sitting on top of a stack of 52 Starlinks instead of 60. What is this Black Brand? That is a small, it's a suborbital sounding rocket sniper that's going to shoot a payload up to about 400 kilometers. And what they're doing is they're releasing barium into the ionosphere on Earth to better see how plasma moves through space. It's actually a really cool little experiment. If you're on the East Coast, dude, you'll be able to see it. It'll be a gigantic blue flash up in the sky, and then it'll turn violet. It'll look like a firework, but it'll kind of look like a firework, but about 400 kilometers that way. So yeah, it'll look ridiculous. 52 card pickup. Are xenon thrusters being used in the Starlink rocket? Not on the rocket, Jimbo, on the satellites. They're not xenon thrusters, they're krypton thrusters, but they are a Hall effect ionic thruster, yes. So yes, but actually no. They're using a different gas. They're using krypton for their ionization gas. You're turning violet, Violet. But Daddy, I want it now. Yeah. Pretty much, Lulz, yep. Yeah, they're releasing barium up into the atmosphere, and the barium reacts with the plasma, and they're gonna basically point a bunch of telescopes at it and see how it moves around. Something fun I read on the Reddit AMA. They do weekly updates on all satellites with ground stations and routers. Each sat automatically updates at a time where the impact to end users is minimum. First complaints about Starlink. If you try to download pirated content, Starlink will block the download and send you an email emphasizing on how bad privacy is. What? Really? Swiss shit? That's crazy. The Black Brant rocket is going to launch Canadian. It's scheduled to launch in about 20 minutes, believe it or not. I'll have to double box it. They're not launching plasma into space, Jimbo. They're launching barium, and the barium is going to react with the boreal. What does that mean? It's going to react with the plasma up in space. And, okay, so think about it like this. If you have a wind tunnel, right? You have a wind tunnel. And you start blowing air over like a car in a wind tunnel, right? How do you know what the air is doing? You're going to need something to see how the air is moving, right? So what a wind tunnel usually does is they burn paraffin and it creates smoke, and that smoke goes up over the car, right? To see what the air is doing as it goes over the car. This is literally the same thing. Swap the air out for plasma and swap the smoke for barium. It's the same thing. Yeah. Krypton is lighter than Xenon, so lower thrust, but even higher ISP. There you go. Yeah, Jimbo. Like I said, if you're on the East Coast, anywhere on the East Coast, from like Boston all the way down to like, I'd say the Outer Banks, probably even more, probably even into South Carolina, you'll be able to see it. It's going to be really high up in the atmosphere. Okay, Bill, there's two different conversations going on. One conversation here is people talking about Starlink's ion thrusters, which are using Krypton gas. The other conversation is talking about the Black Brant 12 rocket that's going to fly, and that Black Brant 12 rocket is going to release barium into the way upper atmosphere to see how it moves, see how plasma moves through space. These are two different things. So not Florida. You might be able to see it from Florida, but I think it might be too bright out. Sure. You wouldn't download a car? Yeah, right. Okay, where do you find where that is going to happen and where I point the scope? Where are you, Celtic? The launch is scheduled for 20 minutes and change. Click on Hell Hydra's link. Yeah, Green, this is going to be high up in the atmosphere, 400 kilometers up, so that's 270 miles that way. Yeah, you'd be able to see it. It'll be from a long distance away. Richmond? East. Just east. Yeah, east. Just look east, 45 degrees up in the air. You'll see it. You guys don't need a telescope to see it. You'll be able to see it. It'll look like a big puff of smoke up in the sky. But that puff will be green, and then it'll turn violet. We'll be able to watch Black Brant. Yeah, sure.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Here, guys, I'll double box it. There you go. Nice trade, 43-month resub. So for Central North Carolina, east-northeast Green Dragon, 45 degrees up. Look at Hell Hydra's link if you want to see it. Look, you know what? I'll just put it on stream because a lot of people are asking. What does the seconds mean on that map? The T plus time. So look. So this is the visibility, guys. You're going to be able to see it pretty much anywhere. And this is T plus 10, T plus 30, T plus 60, T plus 90, T plus 90 to 120. So Van, after between 30 seconds and a minute, you'll see it, dude. Look south. Look out here. So more south, less east. This way. They're going to deploy... Wallops is right here, and they're going to deploy it out here somewhere. You're in the light blue. Why can they only see it for 10 seconds in the middle? That's just the T0 time. That's when you'll be able to see it. That doesn't mean it'll go away. Think of it like this. If you have a flashlight on a piece of paper, right? And you slowly move the flashlight away from the piece of paper, what's the light going to do? It's going to slowly cover the entire piece of paper, right? That's what we're talking about here. Of course, Oprah. It does every time. Oh, last time they did that, they've done this before. They did it a couple of years ago. We covered it, and it was really cool to see. And everybody said it was chemtrails. It's like, no, all right. At T plus what is the satellite going to be deployed for Starlink? Well, there's 54 satellites here to deploy. Usually about an hour and 20 minutes in. I should teach aerospace engineering. I do. Here on Twitch. Not in an official capacity, but close enough. Dude, if you keep seeing me do this, looks like I got chewing tobacco. Like, looks like I'm dipping, like, right? Dude, I have a cut on the inside. Do you ever have a cut on the inside of your freaking mouth? You can't stop tonguing the damn thing. So if I'm doing this freaking cut. I was eating chips the other day, and one of the potato chips went just right and cut the side of my mouth. So annoying. Rocket Guy's like, I teach AE. There you go. Yeah, it was. I was eating tortilla chips, peppermint. Yeah. How far apart is each Starlink sat in the final orbit? I don't know. A couple 100 miles. Yeah, I know, LQ2, right? Now we ban potato chips because they can be dangerous to your health. Yep. That you know what, Solar? If I saw a news headline saying that nowadays, is it bad if I would be just like, yep, all right. Yeah, Tessa, sometimes you have to talk like the Wallace and Gromit. Oh, yes. Yeah. You know. Any idea when it's going to launch? About 15 minutes, Van. It's launching just past the top of the hour, dude. Please don't give them any ideas. Not the potato chips. Yep, Karen, they're gonna get rid of ketchup Lay's first. Last deployment info. I saw it, Thomas. Yep, thank you. Oh, predominant, that's crazy, dude. Similar to this experiment where they... Let me check.
Expected loss of signal, Diego Garcia.
They have expected LOS over Diego Garcia. We're approaching the southwest coast of Australia, coming up near Perth here. Yeah, it'll look kind of like that, Swishio. Yep. Mm-hmm. It'll pretty much be instant, like right. Trust me, Celtic. You'll know. You'll know when it deploys. It'll. Like I said, it'll look like a firework up in the sky. Hell Hydra's. Yeah, it's gonna be green. It's not.
Position of signal, Western Australia.
Yeah, trust me. People will mistake this thing for aliens. Look. Yeah, it's gonna look like this. They've done this experiment before. Look. Yeah, no. People are gonna think it's like Close Encounters, dude. I told you, it's aliens. That's what you wanted to hear, right? Name that building. Yeah, Gore-Tex, look directly south, dude. Let's play a game. Name that building. Goalie, there's some shuttle parts in that building. Swishio, it'll probably happen. Save us! I'm not saving you from the aliens, man. I already cut my deal, dudes. I've already made my deal. I'm Mashkov. You killed my cousin Yevin. I got a lot of gold. We're the only ones with guns. We can make a heck of a deal. I've already made my deal. Go no go poll is happening. However, they are holding the count at T-minus 10 minutes for weather in Bermuda. Okay, did you see the engine that they showed there? They're priming the engine again. They're doing what's called the thermal condition on the engine. This primes the engine so that means when they go to start it, there's fuel in it, so they don't just sit there cranking the rocket starter motor if you like fixing old cars, you know. But they're also making sure that the engine is thermally conditioned. Something sitting up there in space in the sun for a long period of time gets really, really freaking hot. The crazy thing is that this side is like plus 200 degrees Fahrenheit and the other side is like minus 200 Fahrenheit. Yeah, anything that's in the dark is freezing cold, and everything that's in the sun is really, really hot. So the parts of the rocket engine that are in the hot part, that are in the sun, they have to make sure they run the propellants through it to cool it down so they don't thermally shock the system. I, for one, welcome the Vulcans. Yep. Well, we need a Zephyr Cochrane to do that. I've lost count. We're somewhere in the high 20s. Why don't rotate constantly? They have vents on both sides, Zeppy. Yeah, SpaceX has 2 cameras that are on each side of the upper stage looking at it. The vents are in parallel, so when they vent, it doesn't move the thing.
Quick recap for those that have just joined us. We had an on-time liftoff at 6:56 p.m. Eastern Time from Pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center, a nominal Stage 1 ascent, and a picture-perfect landing on our drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. Of course, I still love you. And Stage 2 is in a nominal coast. We're currently waiting for the relight of our second stage, known as SES-2, and that'll be coming up in just under 10 seconds. This is going to be a quick burn of our MVAC engine, lasting roughly 5 seconds or so. Got some nice ground track views there. Hopefully be able to bring you back that second stage footage momentarily. And there, we got it now.
Okay, stand by for ignition. It's only going to be quick and gone.
MVAC reignition.
Wait a minute. That was a longer burn than what they usually do. They usually burn for like a second.
All right, so there, as you saw, confirmation of both the relight and the cutoff of that second engine, just a few seconds, like I said, and we're waiting to hear that we're in a good orbit.
Orbit insertion.
Okay.
All right, so there we heard it.
Okay, she did say 5. All right, cool.
Now, as a reminder, we have 2 ride shares on.
The only reason why I was like, is because last time this thing fired and they didn't say it was in a good orbit. Nobody reported nominal orbital insertion, so like I was like, now they're going to deploy the rideshare satellites, and you saw the engine there. The engine was venting again. They had to vent it to cool it down with propellants, and now what they're doing is purging the system. They're getting rid of all the stuff that's in there and basically drying the engine out. The reason why they do that is because you don't want liquid oxygen sitting around inside the plumbing. Liquid oxygen is very, very, very corrosive. Like, take like salt water and times it by about 40. So they purge out the system with inert gas.
Following deployment on our Transporter 1 mission in January earlier this year, the Capella constellation covered breaking global events at night and through clouds, including the Ever Given's blockage of the Suez Canal and the recent volcanic eruption on St.
Solid
Vincent.
nitrogen up there.
Once fully commissioned, each additional satellite provides Capella's government and commercial customers with more capacity and increasingly timely SAR data.
What is a rideshare?
Deployment of that synthetic aperture radar satellite will be coming up in about 23 seconds.
Sponsuous, there's 2 vents on either side of the rocket. We know because when
there we have a great view of the Starlink satellites,
look up here at the
which
very
we will
top.
be deploying later on, and of course, beautiful planet Earth rotating below.
Yeah, Goldie, great pictures, dude. No, Sebi, Starlink sats won't go into hibernation.
Spacecraft deploy confirmed.
Okay, Starlink satellites.
All right, so there we heard the call out that we had successful deployment of that synthetic aperture radar satellite for Capella Space. Next up, we'll deploy the rideshare satellite for Tyvak, and that'll take place a few seconds after the T+1 hour mark.
I have this question forever. Where does thermal conditioning propellant go when the engine... the vent lines, dude. All right, look up here. You'll see the satellite up here. Those little vent lines that are in the first stage, Swishio. They're the little wires that pop off when the second stage deploys inside of the inner stage. You see them dangling around. Those are the vent lines, dude. No vid of the deploy. There's Starlink satellites in the way. I don't know, Sebi. Maybe.
For those that
idea,
are
John.
just joining us, we just deployed the
Joe?
synthetic aperture radar a couple minutes ago for Capella Space. And next up, we'll have the deployment for
Great
our
picture by
second
John.
rideshare, Tyvak. And later on, around the T plus 1 hour and 30-minute mark, we'll be deploying our batch of Starlink satellites. Beautiful view of those Starlink satellites there on your screen now.
Acquisition of signal, Tasmania.
For those who may not be aware, SpaceX offers opportunities for small satellites to ride to space on existing low Earth orbit missions. This is known as a rideshare. By doing so, we're able to provide launch opportunities a couple times a month for these smaller satellites.
Yeah, Far Night. I wish. So, like I said, see the vent?
Like I mentioned earlier,
They're
instead
on
of
either
the
side.
usual 60 Starlink satellites that we typically launch, we've reduced that number to 52 Starlink satellites in order to make room for today's 2 rideshare payloads. We've already deployed the first of those 2 payloads,
Negative rush.
and the second one, this time for Tyvak, will be coming up in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, you can't see the satellites. There's 2 satellites. There's 2 little baby satellites riding on top of this stack of Starlink satellites, guys. You might be able to see it in a second, and if you do, the satellite will be going out in this direction. It's possible.
All right, deployment of the Tyvak rideshare satellite coming up in just a couple seconds.
Stand by for the flight controllers to report.
Forward, spacecraft deploy confirmed.
Okay.
All right, there we heard the call out that that second rideshare satellite has been deployed. So now, stage 2 is going to coast in this orbit for the next 37 minutes or so before we deploy our Starlink satellites.
Yeah, you can't see
While
them,
this
guys.
happens, sit back and enjoy some more space jams. We'll see you back here at T plus 1 hour and 37 minutes.
And the reason why they don't show video of it, there's no cameras up there, Peppermint. There's no cameras up there, dudes. They don't put cameras on Starlink satellites. You wouldn't want to put another camera up there unless I mean, they could. It's possible. I mean, but that's extra mass. Why would you do that? All right, Pixel. See you, buddy.
Expected loss of signal, Western Australia.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like 3 or 4 cameras on the second stage, and that's it. They should put a camera on one for better views. Boris, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? It's one mission. It's just one mission where you'd have to do a specialized version of your upper stage. That's not a good idea. You're changing things. Don't do that with spaceflight. You have to. Repetition is key with this stuff. You don't want to change. You don't want to change much. Yes, Clembo, every booster. That's good, Sebi. Yeah, not bad. Why don't they try to recover the upper stages? Because the amount of stuff that you need to put on the upper stage mile high to get it through re-entry to come back down is basically would give you a 50% reduction in payload capacity. Think about it. So if you have an upper stage, an expendable upper stage that can move 20 tons into orbit, right? And you want to reuse that upper stage and presumably the fairing, so you make it into like a space shuttle or something. and you add 10 tons of wings and heat shield and guidance systems and control surfaces and whatever, right? Now you have a rocket that can only move 10 tons into space, right? It's a diminishing return. It's kind of just one of the byproducts of the delta V equation. It's a big pain in the butt. So it's more cost effective to just scrap the entire upper stage. It's a rocket. I mean, it's not just payload mass that you have to deal with, dude. It's a tough problem to solve. Don't worry. SpaceX is trying to fix that problem with Starship. It's a tough problem to solve, dude. But yeah, you know, it's not just, oh, let's put tiles on it and it'll make it through. You know, or let's put wings on it and it'll make it through. I mean, this ain't Kerbal, my brother. You can't just add, like a Kerbal, you could just change stuff and just launch it again and see if it works. That's in real life, even with SpaceX, who yeets stuff up into space, right, all the time. That's not how they do things, dude. You don't want to do that. You don't want to change the formula too much. So, like, even if you put like tiles and wings and everything on that, it would be a difficult problem to solve because getting through reentry. You have to put them in the right spots, right? And then on top of that, like, now you have to go figure that out. And figuring that out, right, takes time and that takes money. So it's not just like you just attach some parts to your second stage and then go and then it's everything's good, right? No, you would want to design reusability in basically from the start, like what they're doing with Starship, dude. Starship, I always tell people, Starship's just a reusable second stage. That's all it is. Yeah, Rocket Guy, you got it. Mm-hmm. I mean, the space shuttle, just while we're on the subject, is not necessarily a reusable second stage. I would call that smart second stage reuse. So the engines aren't attached to the fuel tanks. The engines are attached to the vehicle. So you get your upper stage engines back, right? But you don't get your upper stage fuel tank back. So it's like smart reuse for... it's smart reuse like what ULA wants to do, but with your upper stage engine, right? I mean, Mile High, if you look at Starship's design, dude, it's basically a second stage with a payload fairing on top. But the payload fairing is fixed, right? And it just has wings attached to it. That's all. I mean, it's a reusable upper stage. That's all it is. It's 1.5. Yeah, 1.5 reuse. I mean, ArcSign, I'm not just going to turn this into a time to just, you know, tout the shuttle engines. But shuttle engines are amazing. Okay, trying to listen for audio here. The window opens, the launch window is open for the Black Brant rocket. And while this thing is coasting here, we can switch over to Black Brant. So the Starlink mission is coasting right now.
Until 8:03, we'll have 2 minutes left in the launch window.
Rockets, 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 rockets launching everywhere. I updated the title. So I can double box us here if we do, if we was.
Holding and waiting for.
Because want to do the side by side here. We can do that.
Stars.
Why doesn't SpaceX just use Time Warp? Well, in Human Space Program, and they're not playing Kerbal, Hero. They're playing Human Space Program. In Human Space Program, there's no Time Warp. The difficulty options are much higher. It's a much harder game to play. No reverts, no quick loads. Yep. I mean, you guys should see the GNC expansion for Human Space Program. It's yeah, you have to code all your own guidance systems. It's a real big pain in the butt. Should have gone to Playa Linda Beach. Can you link that Brant stream, please? Sure, why not? Give me 1 second. Let me get the link here. Got it. It's in chat. And let me go back to the double box over here. There we go. Yeah, you like that, Hero? I'm gonna keep the Space Jams on here so we have some background noise. Kind of want to launch sounding rockets off of a Falcon 9 just because. I mean, what's the second stage but a sounding rocket being launched off of a first stage? That just blew your mind, didn't I? Wait, what else is happening here? Okay, so on the right side, on the left screen here, you see Starlink. That's the Starlink 26 launch. On the right side here, this is a Black Brant 12 rocket. It is a suborbital sounding rocket. It's basically a bunch of missiles stacked on top of each other, right? And what that thing is going to do is it's going to shoot up to about 270 miles and deploy, release barium into the atmosphere, or into the ionosphere to see how plasma moves through space. This is a NASA test mission here. That's a SpaceX Starlink mission over here. The window is open for this, but they're in a 10-minute hold, and the Starlink has about, I don't know, about another 20, 30 minutes to deploy. I think I could see it from Richmond, absolutely. How far would I need to go to see a rocket launch? I'm in New Mexico. Go to Vandenberg, Jackery. Barium does not taste good, by the way. Well, that's good to know. What's that, Wasnor? Oh, cool. Oh, you're switching the cameras around. Yep, that's definitely Wallops. Boca Chica is closer to New Mexico. Go to Boca Chica then. Why does the Black Brant 12 have to attempt when it's raining here in Indiana? Because raisins?
Expected loss of signal, Tasmania.
We have expected loss of signal over Tasmania. Stage is kind of close to the Mahia Peninsula. It's because you live in the Midwest, Sneaky. Because for whatever reason, the big man upstairs has decided screw that place in particular, especially during the winter. You know what I'm talking about. SpaceX Sniper? Actually, Rocket Guy, people were saying that I'm the Rocket Lab sniper because the only 2 Rocket Lab launches that I haven't streamed are ones that failed. Seriously, I've streamed all 17
And if you're listening in, and
rocket launches that I've streamed from Rocket Lab are successful, and the 2 where I haven't been here have been the ones that failed.
Main person.
How dare you? How dare you?
Also so.
Actually, one of Rocket Lab's pads is on the other side of that water tower right there.
The project manager who is the
But guys, hold on a second, guys. Wait. What if I wasn't sniping them, but what if I was stream sniping them? Does that count? What if I was streams? The truth comes out. Oh my god. Terms of service! Nope, I'm the cause of failure. Story of my life, Brim. Boo! Boo! Can one of the mods give a perms for NorCal Planner. That got dark real quick. Talking about the black hole. No, we're talking about me. I'm not sure which one is better. Alright. I gotta look from around 79 degrees. I mean, my pick, this thing's going up high. It's gonna go 270 miles, 400 Ks that way. I'm following you right now. I saw a launch out of Vandenberg with RTLS. Which one did you see? What a picture. You know what, NorCal, you know what the crazy thing about that, dude? The crazy thing about that, that's Michael Freilich, isn't it? That's the Sentinel-6 mission. If you showed that to somebody and said it's a nebula, if you showed it to me and said, oh yeah, it's a picture of a nebula, I'd be like, yep, alright. Yeah, hero, right? Please stream this next one so we know that you're not breaking things. I mean, me breaking things, yeah, yep. How do I tell how high I need to look? Justin, if you're anywhere that's not directly underneath the launch site, hang on, I gotta put the alerter on. Hey, Tape gifted a sub to NorCal Planner. Justin, if you're anywhere that's not underneath the launch site, look at like 45 to 60 degrees up. Yeah, trust me, it's gonna be high. It should be higher up in the sky. Should be. Like, I'm pretty sure. Trust me, you won't be able to, yeah, exactly. No, you guys will see it. I'm telling you, it'll look like some Close Encounters stuff. You're right, Sawyer, you're right. Velo, what's that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, see? Velo, you're developing an infatuation with the shuttle. Yeah, believe me. That's easy to do. Shuttle's beast mode, man. Nothing will be as cool as that thing for a long time. Yeah, the further you are away, Makmo, lower on the horizon, right? If you're anywhere on the eastern seaboard, 45 degrees up, and then that direction depends on where you are. The shuttle will never love you back. How do you know? Will Starship on the moon top the shuttle? Starship would have to launch with people on board. The second that Starship does something like an STS-1 style mission, where they launch people on Starship into space, right? You know, they do a couple of orbits, they come back down with people on board and land. And Super Heavy lands right next to it. That's when Starship... Or, well, Super Heavy would launch it, would land back on the pad, and then Starship would land right next to the pad with people on board doing a couple orbits around, like STS-1. That's when I will relinquish my love for the space shuttle. Nice, Predominant. There you go. Wasnor, 23-month resub. Finally back after getting a full-time job. Congratulations. Are the Artemis core stage engines the same ones that were used on the shuttle? They are the exact engines that were used on the shuttle, Velo. They've just been upgraded to work with an expendable rocket, or downgraded depending on how you look at that. Starship will never be as crazy as STS-1. The first mission flew with people. Yeah, TJ, the shuttle was ballsy. That's why I like it. It was ballsy. It was like you could say like, oh, you know, Saturn V. And don't get me wrong, Saturn V is a better rocket, but nothing is as ballsy as the shuttle. I think the only mission that I can think of one Apollo mission that's more ballsy than the space shuttle, and that's Apollo 8. STS-1 was one of the craziest missions ever flown, ever devised by any person. You won't stop loving the shuttle. I mean, Zeppelin, look at it this way, dude. If I went out and bought a 2020 Shelby GT350, right? Is it fast? Does it handle better? Is it basically, by every category, is it better in every metric than a 67 Mustang? Yeah. But a 67 Mustang is a 67 Mustang. Heck, a car with a 4-cylinder will go faster than that car nowadays. But it's a 67 Mustang. Who cares? That's where I am with the shuttle. Hubble's vision blurry? Nah. Send a freaking shuttle to fix it. Yeah. It's funny, NASA, man. It's almost like it was more expensive, but you paid for what you friggin' got. Look, if you're gonna go camping, you're gonna bring a pickup truck, you're gonna bring a freaking RV. Alright? Better yet, you're gonna bring a semi-truck that can tow a trailer. I'm talking some... The shuttle was basically towed her home. Any Cletus McFarland fans out there? Shuttle's basically towed her home. Yep. Still holding. Actually, I don't want the Shelby. 67 GT500s are cool, Night Viper. I was much more of a fan of a 67 GT390. The GT390 with a 4-speed top loader. Not Gone in 60 Seconds, the new one, Bullet. A Highland Green 67 Mustang Fastback GT390 with a 4-speed top loader. That's my style. RSO didn't sound confident. In the event we are able to continue the count tonight. Yeah, they always say stuff like that. A top loader. So it's a top loader is a 4-speed transmission that it came with from the factory, Tessa. Is it weird that I want that motor? Toter Home is awesome, Tree. Dude, Tree, Toter Home is a better well-equipped auto shop than my shop. And it has wheels, and you can drive it anywhere. It's basically an automotive shop that you can take anywhere. That is really freaking cool. Got it at GT350. It's the first car. Ah. Nice, Tarek. It's a nice car. I'm a huge Ford guy, so yeah. I get found on road dead, spammed in the chat constantly. And that's alright. That's fine. It's okay. I don't care. You know what that stands for, man? First on race day. That's what that stands for. Win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Right? I want the Red Bull motorhome. Yeah, Sevy, of course. Yeah, me too, man. Ferd. My first car is a 67 Mustang. Curl, why do you gotta say this? You know what my first car was? A 91 Honda, alright? Oh, I get it. You had cooler cars. I agree with you. Stop doing that. You don't have to rub it in my face, man. Have you test driven the Mach-E? No. No, I don't like cars that look like shoes. You can have any color you want as long as it's black. Oh, night. 92 Ford minivan for your first car. Nice. Aerostars. Here, Sawyer. Sawyer. Sorry. You appreciate this, dude. I gotta find it. Give me 1 second. It's topical. Trust me. I'm looking for it. Give me a second. Oh, where is it? I'm scrubbing through pictures right now. Bingo. Yeah, Nero. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not sure that citing the space shuttle is good if you want to advertise for aerodynamics, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm pretty sure that you don't want to do that. True, but it's, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It's funny because in the advertisement, it's like Ford's new aerodynamic styling, just like it suits today's needs, just like the space shuttle. I'm like, that's not really supposed to Yeah. I mean, it's the same shape. Advertising freedom, brother. Yeah, hell yeah, brother. That's right. Space shuttle was a brick. The space shuttle did not fly very well, guys. It didn't fly very well. But people are just when people say, "Oh, it flew terribly," it's like with the expectation that NASA flew the thing and they're like, "Oh my gosh, this thing flies horrible." No. It's designed to do that. It's designed to fly like trash because the space shuttle's supposed to make it's a re-entry vehicle. What does re-entry mean? Re-entry means taking your extremely high speed and taking kinetic energy and bleeding it off as heat, right? It's designed to slow down. You don't want to go faster if you're going through re-entry, you want to go slow. It's basically a gigantic speed brake. That's what it is. The shuttle would hit the atmosphere with the entire bottom exposed to the oncoming re-entry heat, right? And actually the nose would kind of push the plasma out of the way, but that's another story. It's a huge speed brake. It's not designed to be aerodynamic. It's actually designed to be the opposite of aerodynamic. Yeah, Van, right? Wallops balloon data showing green. Launch coordinator and range safety officer just moved over to a back channel. Okay. This is a Black Brant rocket, High Vise. It's a Black Brant 12, and that's going to launch up. It's a suborbital sounding rocket, so it's going to launch about 270 miles that way. You say it's a model rocket launch. That thing is 3 stories tall. Actually, it's probably more than that. It's probably close to a 5-story building. That's a big rocket for what it is. One of those vehicles is meant to take people long distances in comfort, and the other one is an Aerostar. I mean, no false things were said, Forlorn. If I had the choice between riding in a space shuttle and riding in a Ford Aerostar, I like Ford, but I don't like Ford that much. I mean, 15 meters tall? Yeah, that sounds right. So what's the goal of this launch? On the left, guys, you have Starlink. This is the Starlink 26 mission. 26th launch for SpaceX here. They're coming up on satellite deploy over there. That Starlink is a internet communication, it's an internet satellite provider that's by SpaceX, right? That mission is already launched, right? And it's coming up on deploy here. This one over here is a Black Brant 12. This is a suborbital sounding rocket that's launching out of Wallops Island, Virginia. Where this thing is going is, this thing doesn't get into orbit, but it does get into space. It goes about 400 kilometers or 270 miles that way. And what that thing is up in the nose cone, they have a barium dispenser, okay? And what that's going to do is they're going to get the rocket into the ionosphere, and then they're going to deploy it. They're going to deploy the barium dispenser, and they're going to release barium into space. And the barium is going to react with plasma up in space, and basically they're going to look at the barium dispenser through a telescope, and the barium will light up the plasma and see how the plasma moves around in space. That's what the mission is for. It's a NASA mission that's trying to see how plasma moves around in space. Why is it tilted a bit? Because TWR, Secret Me. TWR. This thing does not need to be pointed straight up. You don't need to point straight up when your rocket has like yes TWR. Will it be visible at night because it's getting dark? Oh yeah, Van, you'll see it. They're aiming to launch at dusk, dude. So they can have the sun, they ideally want the sun to illuminate the barium dispenser, right? So it's just, they're purposely launching in the golden hour, so you'll be able to see it. Yeah, this thing is, the Black Brant rocket here is closer to a model rocket than it is to like an Electron or a Falcon 9 or an Atlas V. It's a rocket potpourri. This is basically a bunch of missile motors stacked on top of each other. Trust me, man. You're gonna blink and it'll be gone. If they choose to launch this thing, they're gonna be like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And on 1, you're gonna see a flash, and then the smoke will clear and it'll be gone. How much TWR are we talking about? Missile TWR, Sebi. Like Minotaur 4. Remember the Minotaur launch from the pad down there a couple of months ago on the other side of the water tower? That fast. 1,000 miles an hour in 7 seconds. Yeah, actually, AC, it's faster than Minotaur. Minotaur broke the sound barrier in less than 30 seconds. Department of Redundancy. Department. Like, this rocket is the definition of yeet off the pad. It'll go Mach 1 in 3 seconds, AC. Oh, gosh. Are they air-to-air missile motors or like an AGM-65? You know what? I'm not sure, Arcsign. I can actually look for you. Yeah, this rocket is like a spin-stabilized dart. I mean, it has a Talos booster. So, it's a Talos first stage. The Talos booster is a long-range surface-to-air missile, and then it has a Terrier second stage, which is a medium-range surface-to-air missile, and then it's got, there's another one on top of that. I think the actual figures for TWR are something like 10 brains in feet off the launch pad. This goes faster than ludicrous speed, man. Now buckle this! Ludicrous speed! Go! Yeah, guys, this is a bunch of missile parts. It's a bunch of SAM parts stacked on top of each other. Here, look, that's what the rocket looks like. Seriously, it's the first stage from a SAM, and then the second stage from a SAM, and then the third stage from another missile. Yeah, they just stack stages on top of each other. The payload's up here in the nose cone. And then there's another stage up there, if I'm remembering correctly. AC, am I wrong? It's 4 stages. Faster than a Falcon 9. Velo, you're gonna blink and this thing will be gone. If it goes. Oh yeah, Kyron. Very Kerbal. What's that, goalie? That's insane. Are you gonna go outside to see it? Yeah, probably, Galactic. The car I grabbed today at work has an HDMI port. Jeez. Yeah, there's the Minotaur. I'd love to see you make this in KSP creative mode, a black brand. I would do more suborbital rockets, John, if there was a point. Like, if you could get more science from those, sure, why not? I think someone could see the plasma reaction for the Midwest. Rage, you'd have to be out in a field, and it would be extremely low on the horizon, depending on where you are. Looks like Starlink might go over Texas. Any chance that I'll see it from Dallas? It's dusk. So, yeah, Reagan. Yes. You're gonna basically look up and see it during deploy. I would actually seriously go outside and look straight up. You might be able to see it. Oh, Dish. Frickin' Dish, I went and hung out with Nathan Kell and Maximo last night after the stream. I went over on Nathan's stream, and all they were doing is just saying, hey, look at what this mod does, EJ. Look at what this mod does, EJ. No, I'm just kidding. They were just explaining to the chat what the mods were. It's not about freaking me. But they were like, yeah, this mod's great. This mod's great. You should use this mod. I'm like, oh, stop it. They're like, look at how cool this mod is. I'm like, I hate you. Stop doing that. Nathan has a super modified version of the game that he plays. Pi Power, I'm in Mass. Where should I be looking? Due south, Pi. You're west, right? From our conversations previous, you're west, right? basically anywhere in Mass, you want to look south. Last! I need you to see my last, but there's clearly over 1,000 people in here.
South Texas.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, the Turney Boy missile. Yeah, those things are cool. It's something like that, Tessa, except up, more up. Can we see this from Cali? East low on the horizon, 619, maybe. Maybe. I mean, Tessa, those things are cool. It has the little Vernier engine that's, and then, you know, that's kind of neat. So they can hide in a tree line. Seriously, put it in the forest, shoot it up, it goes above the tree line and turns out. Can you imagine seeing that, like, just pop out of like a canopy, just, you know? What direction should I look to see Starlink? What direction? Up. Up. Reagan, if you can't, it should be right above you. I made a big thing. Ooh, an MADV snack list. Oh, I like that SLS. That's really nice. Yeah, don't look at the ground. I mean, Reagan, like I said, it's flying right over. You said your DFW. It's pretty much flying right over you. Yep, we're gonna come up on Starlink deploy. I thought that Black Brant would launch before the Starlink deployed. They're in a 10-minute hold and the window goes till 8:53. So 8:43. So in another 10 minutes we'll know if they're gonna go or not. Can I see it from South Florida? The Black Brant, JK, low on the horizon, look northeast. Low on the horizon, but yeah, trust me. Guys, this should be like big green clouds. It'll look like aliens, I'm telling you. Blue and violet clouds puffing up in the sky. People, like, watch. The local news, if that thing launches, 30 minutes after will be like, aliens! Trust me, this is some wild stuff, seeing the barium react with the ionosphere. It's really cool, actually. What about Philly? You can see it, High-Vis? No, yeah, just some people will call it, please. Yeah, it'll happen. Huntsville? You're too far away, Arsenal. Arsenal, you might be able to see the Starlink deploy, though. If you look a little bit west. Look southwest, you might be able to see it. Actually, more west than southwest. Could you see it from Berta? No, you can't see much from there, except dirt and trees, Tars, and America juice. Can I see it from South Brazil? No, not either. Neither, Boris. They're both flying over the U.S. Oh, they've started the induced yaw on the stage, so they're spinning it on purpose. Basically, they use centrifugal force to deploy the satellites.
Discovery,
Stage starts spinning, and then they just let the satellites go, and they fly away. Kenwa, 8-month resub. Oh, nice, Predominant. That's cool. Bill, what were you linking? Green and violet, High-Vis. Green and violet clouds. The clouds should deploy green and they should turn violet. Oh, you getting sick yet? You getting vertigo yet? You getting vertigo yet? Oh, God. Spinning is always a good trick. These are some of the clearest views we've had of the roll. Thanks, Drummer. It's like 5 RPM, JK. It's very slow. All right. Ian!
Welcome back to our webcast for our 28th Starlink mission and 15th mission so far this year. As a recap, we've had an on-time liftoff from our Kennedy Space Center Pad 39A. Our first stage booster landed for its 8th time and 84th recovery overall. Stage 2 completed its 2 burns, and we deployed our 2 ride shares. One correction on the deployment sequence. The first deployment was for our customer Tyvak, and the second deployment was for our synthetic aperture radar satellite for Capella Space. Now that we're coming up on deployment of our Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit, or LEO,
Acquisition of signal, Cape.
let's listen in for the call out of payload deploy.
Second stage deorbits and is disposed of uncapping. Watch for the tensioner rod. See that the big pole that's going up the side here? It'll pop off here in a second. Ian doesn't do casts very much, Speedy. I've only seen him once or twice. There's the
Starlink
rod.
deploy confirmed.
Rod deploy.
And we've confirmed deploy of the Starlink satellites. Now you can see the satellites, the Starlink satellites out in space, drifting away from the second stage. As a reminder, this is just their drop-off orbit. Shortly, they will deploy their solar array, and over the next few days and weeks, they will distance themselves from each other and use their onboard ion thrusters to make their way into operational orbit.
And with that, we'll bring our webcast to a close for today.
Look at that. That's Mexico.
Thank you to the Range and FAA for supporting today's mission. If you're interested in Starlink service, head over to starlink.com and sign up. Thanks for joining us, and have a good evening.
No. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Look at Baja California right there, man. In Mexico. That's cool. And then there's freaking all Mexico right there. Mexico City's right there. And then it goes down over here. That's awesome. Very, very, very cool. Look at that. It's so crisp. They should leave the cams on until re-entry. Wouldn't that be something? All right. So Starlink mission looked pretty on time. It's pretty good. All right. That's that. So, you saw them? They should leave those cameras on until re-entry. Hurricane season in Baja started today. Yikes. Alright, so I'm going to take the Wallops footage here, and I will put the Wallops footage on the center screen. And we'll know in another 5 minutes if this thing is going to fly or not.
Still red in Bermuda, however, we are going to pick up the count in about 7 minutes at 8:43 p.m.
PI and TD, this is PM. Can you meet me on 5?
I'm going to boost the audio a little bit. Yeah, Synerd, I know what you mean, dude. Honestly, I'm kind of mad that I haven't seen a single launch considering where I live. So I really want to watch Artemis 1. Is KSP the closest pad from here? No, Kourou in French Guiana. That's the closest pad to you. The Europeans launch out of there almost all the time. No, Sebi. I saw the second stage in Starlink going over fast. I kind of want to go outside and see if I can see those Starlinks fly by. You should be able to see them. Go see. Yeah, but okay. Give me 1 second. They're not going to be up over Massachusetts for another like 5 minutes. Any chance of seeing from Florida? Nah, the Earth spun underneath NASA, man. If you do, you'd need to be in Tampa and look low on the horizon because they launched out of Florida, right? And the Earth spun, so the next time they fly over will be over Texas, right? So those satellites are flying over Boca Chica. Believe it or not. Can you link the stream? Yeah, sure. I'm near Memphis. Do you think I can see Starlink? Look up Apollo, maybe. I think the Earth, that dang Earth spinning. Dang Earth and your spinning. Yeah, I mean, I'll try spinning. That's a good trick. The Earth spins all the time. It's a great trick. Yeah, G, no, they won't go by fast, but I mean, you'll know it when you see it, dude. It'll be a big bright dot in the sky. Maybe, Zog. Depends on where you are in South Carolina. Any chance of you taking the stream mobile? I don't have the capacity to do that, Sawyer. I'm working on that, dude. I want it because I want to do more IRL streams. When you go, I'll go.
LPM RSO channel 1.
Okay.
LPM. Yeah, I'm trying to raise OSS. Can you have OSS come up on channel 10, please? Yeah, copy that. Thank you, sir.
Nice, Joe. All right, I'll go look. I'll be right back. You guys tell me if it's launching.
PI to PM.
Go for PM.
We are go to pick up count at 0043 UTC.
Okay, PM copies. And TD, this is PM. Plan is to pick up the count at 0043.
Copy. TD, NASCO. Correct, sir.
Do you want to dial into that FAA conference?
Negative.
Roger.
And we're going to pick up the count here in just a couple minutes.
Discovery,
minutes,
go
10 minute
throttle up.
mark. And the launch window tonight does go until 10:53.
M&O PM.
M&O.
You're cleared to turn on data recorders.
Can work.
Terminal count to proceed in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 10 minutes and counting.
PM M&O. Recorders are on.
PM copies. Check 160.
ACS, check 162.
PLC, check 161.
CPR check 163.
EDS, check 164.
M&O PM.
This M&O.
Set ground station levels and confirm.
In work. PM M&O. Ground levels are confirmed.
PM copies. Check 165.
Saw it. Clear as day, man. T-minus 43. Go at 8:53. Okay. Yeah, I saw it, dude. It was clear as day. It was really easy to see. Oh, yeah. Real bright. It's the Falcon 9 second stage, Tree.
Swarm check 166. ATM check 168.
You didn't see it, GNAC? Dude, I saw it.
M&O
Super
PM.
bright.
M&O.
Record signal strength and deviation for all links. Verify nominal levels and interrogate transponder and verify good 5 code signal.
In work.
How low on the horizon? 45 degrees, Roblox. Dude, I saw it. It looked like a plane flying over. That's usually what spacecraft looked like. They look like a plane flying over, but there's no strobe lights on it. There's nothing blinking. It's just a light that goes across the sky. I missed my shot. You missed chat getting crazy by the countdown to the 10-minute mark. Nice. It wasn't a train, Bill. In fact, you couldn't really see the Starlink satellites. They were very dim compared to the second stage. Yeah, I'll probably go and see this one as well. Per the RSO, they'll make the decision in T-minus 3 minutes.
ATM check 170.
Yeah, you'll see
Swarm check
this one,
171.
ACS check 172.
Curl, it's going to take a second for the train to spread out, but yeah.
PM, M&O.
Probably
Links
not
recorded
higher.
and confirmed nominal. Radars 3, 5, and 18 have a good
Okay.
5 code, and radar 3 will be on skin.
PM copies. Check
About 2 to 3
167,
minutes,
169.
Jimbo. I mean, this thing, dude, if this thing goes, you guys are in for a treat. This thing is, it's like, it's there, and then you'll see a cloud of smoke and a flash, and it'll be gone. It's not like a rocket going, and no, it's just bye-bye. What is the size of this rocket? About 40 feet tall, give or take. Wait, my pick, what? It's a bunch of missiles, it's a bunch of surface-to-air missile first stages stacked on top of each other, guys. So a surface-to-air missile, if you picture like one in your mind, right? It has fins in the middle of it, and then there's fins down the bottom. It's because it's a two-stage missile. They just took the different stages from the missiles and they stacked them on top of each other. Did you get it, T-Man? Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. Just like that. Dude, just a bright light across the sky. This big boy is 71 feet AC. Well, I'll take your word for it, man. That's crazy. 71 feet. It's big. It's actually almost... AC, that's almost as big as Electron. I mean, it's not as wide, but... I don't like missiles. Well, these are missiles used for science. That's cool. What's the name of this rocket? It's a Black Brant 12. It's at the top of the screen. Launching the KinetX experiment.
And the numbers that you hear them calling out the various steps
okay,
that go through for this.
PLC is check 173.
ATM check 174.
That's pretty cool.
Discovery.
PLC is check 175.
My subscription didn't fail, Dab.
ATM check 176.
Ian, did you see the second stage? I just saw it clear as day, dude. I saw Falcon 9 second stage easily. Like it wasn't...
Go for RSO.
They're about 200 steps.
Provide final wind-weighted settings.
Final settings are 102.2 azimuth, 80.5 elevation.
Azimuth 102.2, elevation 80.5.
Good read back.
Check 177. LC, this is ROA.
Shame.
This is LC.
Yeah, Velk.
Set
Mark
50K
one eyeball.
launcher
I
to
should've
final
taken a
wind-weighted
picture of it.
settings. Azimuth 102.2, elevation 80.5.
And work.
I tried, Jimbo. What are the numbers for? They're calling out the flight azimuth, I think. Basically, which direction the rocket is going. If I'm listening to that right. AC, am I correct with that? I don't know. I don't know much about a Black Brant. They called out. They were just calling out the azimuths on the loop. They're calling out the flight azimuths, right? They're literally so.
PI to PM.
They're changing the direction of this thing. They're turning.
Bermuda is red. We are no go for launch tonight.
PM copies. All over Channel 1. This is PM. We are a no-go for launch this evening. Stand by for further direction.
Program will hold a clock.
It's been postponed due to cloud cover over Bermuda. Location for the main camera ground site. Next launch attempt is 8:04. Damn. On Sunday, May 16th. Son of a... Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Always on my day off. Well, saw the Falcon 9 stage, though. Alright, so they're standing down from the Black Brant launch. Does that mean he's not coming on, then? Alright. I don't know why they don't just try to launch it. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, the rocket will work just fine, Apples. But this rocket is releasing an experiment that's going to make clouds, right? It's going to make big, puffy clouds, and they need to be able to see that. If there's other clouds in the way of where they're making their clouds, then why are you doing the experiment, right? So they're gonna launch it out of the East Coast, and they have telescopes in Bermuda that are gonna watch the things pop off, right? Because you'd want to do it from Bermuda. There's less light pollution, right? To go and see it, you get a better picture of it because the rocket launches east and Bermuda's east, right? So they want to look at it from there, and if it's cloudy there, then what's the point? Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool thing. I mean, barium reaction with the ionosphere. It's gonna if this thing ever decides to go, it's gonna make a huge green cloud, green and violet clouds. It's gonna look really cool. So why is there a launch window? Do you want to launch in the golden hour, drummer? You want to launch when the sun will be illuminating the plumes, like during a dusk launch with Falcon 9. You can see the RCS outgassing, literally the exact same thing. Thanks for your streaming. As always, a very clear explanation. It's 3 a.m. All right, Gazira, see ya. But aren't they observing the experiment via satellites on orbit? Nope. No, Jimbo. Telescopes on the ground, dude. Old school. All right, Velo, good night. The Black Brant scrub builder. Dude, I got to see a Falcon 9 second stage today. I'm pretty happy. I should have taken a picture, but I had Brimo come out with me, and I wanted her to see it, so I didn't think of grabbing my phone. I grabbed the Brimo instead. Brimo took a mental snapshot of it, but I don't think we can upload that. That's right, Roger. I don't need to take a picture of it. Didn't even cross my mind. Not yet. Give Elon time. Yeah, right? Did you do a software update on the Brimo? No, I mean... No. What kind of megapixel? Brimo is equipped with the Mark 1 eyeball. Phone more important than Brimo, though. Grill. Phone. Grill. Oh, yeah, shoot, yeah. Shame. Yeah, we scrubbed again, guys, on the second rocket launch. That's okay. 1 for 2 tonight. We got to see the Starlink launch, and I got to see that second stage. I'm really happy about that. What are they testing the barium for? They're releasing barium into the ionosphere, Ace, and the barium reacts with plasma. It reacts with the boreal, right? And basically they're trying to illuminate how plasma moves around in space. Think of it like a wind tunnel, dude. If you put a car in a wind tunnel, right, and you just turn on the wind, you're not going to see anything, right? Like, all right, I mean, if you see something, then you probably did something wrong. You need a smoke dispenser, right, to see how the air is moving over the car, right? Literally the same thing. Swap out air for plasma and swap out the smoke for barium. That's exactly what this is doing. Yeah, Hell Hydra, that's right. How did you see it during the day? It's not daytime here, Builder. I'm on the other side of the world, man. It's not daytime here. It's 9 o'clock. Can I ask a space question? No. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Rep, what do you want? Tomorrow is the last chance for them to fly it. Absolutely not. We talk about fashion. This is a fashion stream now. I don't think this is the right. Yeah, I don't think it's the right channel. Repip, what's up? This is not the time nor the place. Tomorrow's the last scheduled launch window. After tomorrow, they have to wait until proper ionosphere conditions. Okay. Didn't want to be rude. Well, I appreciate that, Repip. Thank you for asking. If you can ask a question, I appreciate it. You just ask me, dude. It's all good. Anytime. I'll answer and talk about space anytime, anywhere. The only time I probably wouldn't do it is if I'm like racing a car around when we're playing racing games. Make up stream when. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. It always surprises me the difference between Central and Eastern. Builder, I try to tell people this. The U.S. is big. It's a big place, dude. But Repip, I appreciate you not wanting to be rude. Thank you very much. Some people just bark questions at me, man. So, yeah, ask away. STEM is Science, Technology, Engineering, and Minecraft. That's right. One KSP, pretty much now. I'm going to flip over into Kerbal now, guys. Yeah. Wallops is so nice about the scrub. Oh, yeah. All right, Repip, I saw your question. We want to thank you for sticking out with us so far. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Was talking to the wife, and she was wanting to know why we don't send deep space probes up and down to, like, past the poles. Deep space probes. So, well, Repip, refresh my memory. Do you play KSP? Do you play KSP? Hey, can I take a second to talk to you about our Lord and Savior Jebediah Kerman? It's not a Lord and Savior in my save. I mean, oops. I have, but it's been a long time. Okay, Repip, long story short, the sun's right here. Planets are spinning this way. It's extremely difficult to launch a probe going that way because of the way the Earth is spinning. The Earth has a lot of momentum going this way. So we generally try to stay at a low inclination relative to the sun. With that being said, there are probes that go up there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I forget which ones off the top of my head, but they can launch probes that way. Sure. He died for my sin. I mean, he really did, Jack, so... How I would say it's like Kerbal Repip is if you tried to do a prograde burn or a retrograde burn, because that's either the opposite way that you're going or the way that you're going. It's easier to adjust your orbit that way than it is to do a normal or an anti-normal burn or a radial in and radial out burn. Why? Because it's hard to turn in space. You have momentum, you keep going in that direction. If you want to change that, it's very delta V consuming. With that being said, you could launch something polar and then you could go up there if you want. We've done that before. I forget which probes though. I know it's been done. I think one of the Voyager probes did it, Stone. Yep. Yeah, Forlorn, that's right. Hey, Cryptech, 19-month resub, and Demo, 28-month resub. You graduated today. Congratulations, man. How long until that Starlink gets into train form? Give it a couple of days, T-Man. Don't polar solar probes usually have to get a gigantic grav assist off of Jupiter to get to the high inclination? That's usually how they would do something like that, Signer. Yeah, but it's an extremely hard thing to get to. You need a lot more delta V to get something into polar around the sun. It's really difficult. Okay, thanks. I will look to see what I can find. Yep, solar polar orbits are hard to do, Repip. What launches today? Not what launches today, what launched today. Bad Wolf, early this morning we had Electron. That failed. The second stage didn't go, and that sucks for Rocket Lab. I hope they rebound from this well, because that sucks. That's not fun. And then we just had Starlink 26 launched a couple hours ago. We watched the satellites deploy, and then just by chance the stage flew over my house. No, seriously, I got to see the second stage fly by, which is pretty cool. And then the third launch attempt was a Black Brant 12 launch, launching out of Wallops. They scrubbed the launch because the weather where they were going to observe the experiments on the rocket was not ideal. The rocket is basically a high-altitude testing rocket, so they shoot it way up into the atmosphere, and they have a science experiment deployed up there, but you need to have telescopes looking at it. And it was cloudy where the telescopes are. The telescopes are out in Bermuda, so that launch scrubbed. They're going to try again tomorrow, from what I understand. Yeah, Sneaky, right? Space Twitter is comparing Rocket Lab to Vega. Yeah. A feather in SpaceX's hat. Their stuff works. Oh, jeez. Yeah, Metreon, it looks like they had a problem with their thrust vector controller. It looks like... So, thrust vector controllers usually have a computer that's controlling two actuators on the rocket. And the rocket, the front of the rocket engine, and like the back of the stage, front of the rocket engine is basically on a ball joint. It's called a gimbal, right? Gimbals are a technology that comes from like oil rigs and stuff, amongst other things, right? So that makes it so the rocket engine can wiggle, right? And then there's two actuators on the rocket, one that pushes the engine up and down, and one that wiggles the engine left and right. It looks like the left and right thrust vector actuator did not work. The engine fired, and then as soon as it fired, the engine gimbal locked in one direction and started spinning out of control. So I looked into it a little bit more. On Electron's second stage, they have an electric actuator. So electric linear actuator, which is a nice way of saying a piston that's controlled by electronics that goes back and forth in one motion, right? That could be anything. It could be something as simple as someone didn't plug it in. Or someone didn't plug it in and tighten it down. With rockets, it's not just plugging it in. You got to plug it in, and then you got to screw it down, and then you have to make sure the thing is torqued to the right spec, or else the start of a rocket engine, even a small rocket engine like the Rutherford, is so violent that it starts shaking everything around. It could have shaken it unplugged. It could have done that. It could have shaken it till it became unplugged. Yeah, that stuff happens. Rocket engines, when they fire off, is like an explosion. It's like a bomb going off, but it's a bomb going off in one direction. Or they plugged it in backwards. It's possible. It's possible that they got it backwards. If NASA had launched this experiment, then it'd be cloudy with a chance of meatball. All right. Okay. How much torque is too much torque, though? Depends on what it was engineered for. There's a reason why they call it torque specs. Or you could just give it all the torques. Or if you're using an impact gun, you can give it a couple of ugga-duggas. Remember, a rocket accelerometer has been installed upside down before. NASA, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure the thing was just unplugged, because when they separated the rocket, the engine wasn't wiggling around, right? It wasn't wiggling around, and then when they fired it, it just... So something broke. Something broke on the thing, and then they go back to looking at the second stage view, and you see the engine moving around. So I think they lost gimbal, like something, not gimbal. They lost thrust vector control somehow. I don't know what happened. Like I don't know. I'm not Rocket Lab. You shouldn't guess either. Like, it's fun to speculate. Like, that's what I do here. We talk about space. We speculate about things. It's fun. But the engineers, what they need to do is not do that. They need to go look at the data, and then they need to look at their basically processing flow for the stage to make sure it's just not something as simple as somebody forgetting to plug something in. That has happened before. I've covered rocket launches here on this stream where a rocket fails because someone didn't plug something in. It's happened. I've had streams here where they crossed the wires. On the Vega upper stage a couple of launches ago, the VV-17 Vega mission, the two actuators that I was talking to you about, the one that moves the one up and down and the other one that moves it left and right, they crossed the wires. So the X was controlling the Y and the Y was controlling the X. When the upper stage went to fire, it nose dived into the ground. Oh yeah, true story. And then Proton M is when they installed the IMUs upside down, and the rocket launched and thought it was upside down and tried to compensate by nosediving into the ground. Yeah, that happened. Yeah. Sometimes it's something dumb. That's spaceflight, man. This stuff's difficult. Like with spaceflight, there's such complicated things going on with launching rockets. There's so many complicated things, it's very, very easy to overlook the really, really simple things. What's the difference between gimbal and a thrust vector controller? Gimbal is what... Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right, look. This is the gimbal, the pivot point. That's the gimbal. The gimbal is physically how the rocket engine is attached to its mount. These are actuators, thrust vector controllers. Okay? That's the thrust mount, and that's the engine. The gimbal is this part. The TVC, or thrust vector controllers, or thrust vector actuators, are this part and this part. In Russia, ground goes to rocket. Yes. And then here's a picture from John Krause of that Falcon 9 launch. Oh, golden hour, man. Yeah, drummer, I do. It's all the way over there, and I don't feel like reaching for it. John's picture though, man, he's good, man. Guys, that booster that just launched those Starlink satellites, that first stage launched Bob and Doug into space last year. It's flown 8 missions since then. Yeah, Geeson, that's true. And those fairings were reused too. SpaceX should... Sheila Bordelon will probably be recovering them right around now. I was tempted to go up for it. Now I'm kicking myself. It's a golden hour launch, dude. Yeah. There's a specific set of lighting conditions that happen during dawn and dusk. Like when the sun is like low in the sky, that gives really, really nice dynamic lighting, and it's called the golden hour. A lot of movies filmed during this time to get really nice lighting. See how there's a nice contrast on the rocket between the dark side and the light side of the rocket? It's very visually appealing. Golden hour, man. How many functioning Falcon 9s do you think they have? I think it's like 10 Mile High. I don't know for sure. I was thinking maybe it could be a software problem. Every mission has different software trajectory. Maybe someone messed up. It could be GNC. It's possible. Yeah. Once again, that's my buddy John. Takes some fantastic photos. If you want to go buy prints of this stuff. You ever stared at it? Marveled at its beauty? Its genius? You know, Chad, that the first Falcon rocket was designed to be perfect world, perfect rocket, perfect Delta V. It was a disaster. No physics would accept the code. Entire stacks were lost. Which brings us to the rocket you see before you. Peak of semi-reusability. Like the dinosaur, the future is our time. What? Matrix? Sorry. Okay. Anyway, I'll stop. I'll stop. It's cringe. I know. I do it on purpose. It's just, no, don't leave. Don't leave. Don't. They're gone. Okay. I know Kung Fu. I know Delta V. Show me. Mr. Anderson, we've been expecting you. Nope, I'm leaving. People leave. Alright. Let's play Kerbal for a couple hours here. Let's see if we can get some work done on the SSTO, and then we'll go from there. I'm a computer program? Right now. Wait, I could be, Zonku. How do you know I exist in real life? I could be inside of your... Right now, I'm inside of a computer program? Let me out. Let me out! Let me out! Is it really that hard to believe? What you're seeing right now is called residual self-image. It is the mental projection of your digital self. How's your SSTO coming along? Good. I had to redesign the fuel tanks a little bit last night, but other than that, we're working really well. Before you get that going properly, can you do a little confirmation for me? It'll take 20 to 30 seconds. There's no one else that can do this. Just me. Oh, it's 2 a.m. Thanks, digital crack. Yeah. Alright, let me get the tunage going. Here we go. 9 Houston. I'll see you tomorrow. Bruins Caps tied 2-2. What period?